Hello everybody, and welcome to the first ever Valorant Invitational. I am Hunter Birch.
My name's Ben Hobson, happy to be here. So let's talk about today a little bit. This is the first ever Valorant tournament held in the KSCL, in the Kern Scholastic Esports League, right?
Yeah, we just got Valorant approved for this event. We're hoping to get it for the season, but we'll see how that pans out. It looks like we do have a good event ahead of us. I believe 7 teams.
7 teams, right? So let's start off then with a little bit of history for the folks who may not be familiar with KSL. KSCL, Kern Scholastic Esports League, is a league that's existed now for 3 years, 4 years.
Well, actually, we did a little bit of a rebrand at the beginning of this year. It was originally Kern High Scholastic Esports League, or something along those lines. And we rebranded to Kern Scholastic Esports League this year.
And so,
Kern High School District Esports League.
And so traditionally, this league has participated in Rocket League, Overwatch, Fortnite. But like you said, this is new. Valorant has not been played in KSCL or its previous iterations before this point.
Yeah. We do have Smash Brothers as well, but it's not quite as big. Now, coming in here, we will be going to the matchup screen right now.
So we're going to be seeing the Flint and Steel versus the Pillagers here for our first game. And if I'm correct, we are going to see this on Lotus.
The Pillagers.
So we're going to talk a little bit about our maps and our team names. We don't need to talk about the team names much. I think everybody's in on the joke there. But let's start with talking about this map, Lotus. Lotus is a newer map in the grand scheme of things. However, it is maybe one of the less popular ones because it is one of the only 2 3-site maps. So that means that so let's talk about all the maps first before we even get into Lotus. Actually, we have 5 maps to pick from in our tournament today. They are Bind, Haven, Pearl, Lotus, and Ascent. And it looks like I misspoke. We are going to Ascent for game 1.
Yes, we are. This is for starting off here, it is a single elimination for these first few rounds, but once we get to the final, we will go up to a double elimination.
Sure. So this will be a best of 1. The winner of this game will move on. The loser will move into the loser's bracket. Ascent is the Dust 2 of Valorant, El Clasico. Like, this is the map that everybody's comfortable with. I would imagine this is the map we're going to see the most today.
Yeah, it is a strong map, a regular 3-lane map, one A and B main with a strong center. It's a little bit different from a map like Bind, where there is no mid.
So we could see anything here. Jet is traditionally a pretty strong pick here, which we do see a Jet on the side of the Pillagers. On the other side, we see a Reyna. Reyna, not a character you traditionally see in very competitive, high-stakes matches, because Reyna, she's a little bit of a one-trick. She doesn't offer a whole lot of utility to the team as a whole. However, we do see the Flint and Steel gamers have KO, who provides a ton of utility to the team, not to mention Sage.
Yeah, Reyna is a very selfish character. She doesn't provide a lot for that team play. It's really just all about her being able to heal herself, being able to become intangible. It's all about individual play. Where you look at a character like Omen or KO, it's very team-based. Granted, they're not duelist, but they're able to do more to help the team get into the site and be able to hold it.
Traditionally, a pub stompy character. Traditionally, a character that people are picking when they're trying to climb the ladder, the ranked ladder. Which, in some sense, does mean that maybe that player is just that comfortable with Reyna. That was a comfort pick,
Mm-hmm. Starting out, I did play Reyna because I didn't know how to play with a team, but once I learned the game a little more, I moved away from Reyna towards Omen and a lot more of the controllers and initiators.
So we'll see if this Reyna can perform here. We are going to begin with the Pillagers on the attack, Flint and Steel on the defense. KO gonna grab this orb to start us off.
Yeah, it looks like we are pushing A from the Flint and Steel gamers.
I must wait a moment.
Knife out, looking to get any util. They do find the Cypher standing on Gen.
Yep, smokes go out, blind is there too, and it looks like we are now on site. Flint and Steel in the smoke a little bit. Great initial picks.
A little overzealous swinging out from Jen right there. Does get taken for it.
We see the slow goes down. This is going to stop anybody from going through door. Pillagers are struggling to get that door closed, but Flint and Steel gamers have one person left to 1v4. How do you play a 1v4 in this situation?
I Am Meximan does take down Cleep in that last fight right there with the first round of the game going to Flint and Steel gamers. It was an okay defense hold. It's just it really fell apart. The knife hit the Cypher and he wasn't able to use any of his trips to stop their entry. And I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So we're going to go back to the buys with Pillagers winning round 1. That means they have the buy advantage here. I imagine they're going to be picking up some Spectres or maybe some Ares if they're going to go mid, or maybe some Marshals. All right, so it looks like this is going to be a mid push. So we should see a Marshal here somewhere from somebody, or they're just going to go all Ghosts and Sheriffs. That's very interesting. They have an eco advantage here. It looks like they're not leveraging it.
Yeah. We do see them rotating back towards A. It doesn't look like they think it's a B, but they could still go towards it. They're all up mid.
John Valorant with the opening pick here. Pillagers down a player, 4v5 pushing up mid. Fight here. Spike is down in a very awkward position here. Pillagers with only 2 players who are deep into Pizza. Wall is going to trap them off a little bit. This is a bad place to be for the Pillagers.
Right there.
John Valorant also picks up the Marshal, a very strong gun in these eco rounds, as many people don't have any shields, and in that scenario, it one-shots anybody.
All right, so they know Sage is down there by logs, and then there they get her, and simultaneously they get the last player in CT. Flawless round here for Flint and Steel gamers, and by the way, they won when they were down on eco.
Yeah, that's very good for them. Their economy is going to be a lot better. It also equalizes the playing field coming into this next game.
So I didn't realize on that play there where the spike went down that both players flashed each other. So good heads up play by Breach to just right click on the classic, get some good spread damage, while Phoenix couldn't do that with the Ghost. So we're going to see a B push here. Early blind out. Aggressive play here by Jet, but Jet's going to get back right away before they go down. Love that heads up aggressive play when you're on defense by the Flint and Steel gamers.
Yeah, Rin really did a good job there of denying the Jet's push by spraying that corner. Wasn't able to get any picks off them.
Ooh, did you see that wall setup? They were trying to do the, man, who's that YouTuber? Who's the YouTuber who does all the walls?
Oh.
I can't think of his name.
Let's see.
But they messed up the Sage wall setup where you can shoot through the window. But 2 big picks here by Flint and Steel gamers. Getting ready to push into CT. Great right click there by Donut. And now gonna die to the breach. Oh, what?
Donut was able to survive the aftershock standing in the corner. They don't know he's there.
Yeah, that was interesting. I thought he was done for sure, but I was also wondering, you're Omen, dude. You gotta teleport. You get out of there for free. Or not necessarily for free, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, he did see that there was no warning indicator, meaning he wasn't going to take any damage, so he didn't feel the need to move.
Right, so we got picks going on still by B, and it looks like we're seeing a rotate by the Pillagers. There's only 1 player left, though, on Flint and Steel. 1-2 now, but even though that pick was on B, the rest of the team's on A. Pillagers are going to get a free plant here and a free little setup. Cleep playing carefully, afraid that they're going to see somebody in garden or up top.
Yeah, does look to push heaven here. They have the Marshal watching. It's going to be a bit dangerous to try to take this.
Yeah, and ooh, this is interesting. Pillagers don't know that he's up top. They smoke off main, but they have not yet seen Cleep, who's about to push in through heaven. Oh, there he is!
Timing! Cleep does take down Donut Destroyer. Milk's sitting in hell, waiting for a push. Will Cleep be able to get? No, he doesn't. Doesn't look the right way. Milk whips, runs out of ammo. Cleef does get the final kill and saves the round.
That was so close. Milk probably kicking themselves right now because they had the stinger. I mean, they reloaded there at the end, but what they should have done is swapped to the classic instantly. You know, the moment they realized they're out of ammo, switch to the classic, get a click or two in, and they would have been fine.
Yeah, that's a big reflex. A lot of players need to build, including myself, being able to switch to your secondary instead of reloading. It really can save a game like we saw right there.
So we're going into this now in a 2-to-1 situation. We see Flint and Steel Gamers, our team that's starting out on defense here, is going to be up. Great initial pick there by Cleep. Or sorry, second to last pick. And look at this. Just like you said, the moment Donut looks away is the moment that Cleep pushes in. What unlucky timing.
Yeah, timing right there. There's not a lot you can do about it.
Flash goes out. Donut Destroyer is going to back off. This looks like an A push, but they're watching mid as well. This is very flexible. They can kind of go mid. They can go A. There's a lot of choices here.
Yeah, we do see Reyna sitting in pizza waiting for him to push up mid, but Donut Destroyer is able to take out John Valorant early. That's really good. They won't have any of the initiator's abilities to try to take the site after this.
So Fumps ults, but is walking. That's, I mean, not a good choice. I mean, I guess it's nice to be quiet, but if you're Phoenix in the ult, you know, you have a second life. You don't need to be quiet. Yeah. You know, you can take a hit.
You really just want to get in there, get any util you can, and try to find a pick or two before your ult runs out or you get shot.
Right. Daddy Graggy on the flank gets a little bit of value scaring the team, but ultimately goes down. Flint and Steel Gamers, I love their offense is the best defense play here, but it's kind of biting them in the butt on this round. As soon as I say that, Zwag gets a pick though, trying to equalize this game a little bit. Zwag playing so aggressively and getting another pick.
Yeah, Zwag really good here in the back line. Able to take down 2 and really slowing the gameplay.
Yeah, Zwag with the 3K, putting in some value, but there's 10 seconds left. Nobody's going to be able to plant, so yeah, I think Omen's just got to hang out here a little bit, and that's a third win for Flint and Steel.
Yeah. Really good gameplay. I will say Mexoman was able to take down the flank very easy by getting onto the box. That's good game knowledge.
Great play there. Trades back and forth. I mean, the aggressive play on defense was about to bite them in the butt, but Zwag picking up the slack here. Yeah, Daddy Graggy on the flank with a Bucky. I understand it, but it's very risky. The Bucky is not a very reliable weapon to use.
Yeah. A little overzealous there from John Valorant too. Swung wide without being able to find any sort of advantage. Too many plays like that, and we could see this go the other way.
So it looks like we see another blind go down B main. I like that Pillagers kind of are watching for the Jet to push out aggressively and not in position to get blinded. Great heads up play. Sky is gonna catch out 2 in mid, but Sky themselves not in a great position. Blind goes out. Donut is gonna get Graggy. Graggy got.
Yeah, an early pick here is good. But they do equalize, get another. It's a 3v3, equalized very well. They're kind of just sitting mid. I think they may choose to rotate towards A, but Ghost Boy does take down Rin in mid.
Yeah, John Valorant there gonna get the final pick. It's funny. These are trades, I guess, but not in the traditional sense. You know, it's we're just one person gets got. Someone else gets got in the next few seconds from a different angle completely. Where's this plant gonna happen?
It looks like they're pushing towards B, but they're not quite. Defense isn't quite committing towards it. They're uncertain on whether they're going to push B or not.
And I understand why they're playing like that. You know, we've seen the Pillagers move around a lot, which, by the way, they're doing again. They are hard rotating away from B main to A, which has left Flint and Steel, you know, pretty spread out, and there's less than 10 seconds. Flash goes out. Time to get on point. Where are you, Sage? You're way too far behind. Fumpsa needed Sage there to back him up. Where was Sage?
I will say though, FUMSA did run straight to the right side of point instead of planting default on Gen. He would have lived if he did go plant default, but Milk does fall, doesn't get to save the gun.
Yeah, that was really bad here. So look at just this fights here mid, just one after another falls. Not a traditional trade where, you know, two people push, two people go down. We're just firing back and forth, all out firefight in mid. One team gets a pick, another team gets a pick. Just very strange interactions, but ultimately kind of good for Flint and Steel and their like aggressively site-changing gameplay.
The hunt begins.
4-1 right now, Flint and Steel favored. They do have 3 ults online, but Pillagers pop Reyna ult and KO ult, trying to take A.
Yeah, you can't shoot that Daddy Graggy, you gotta get out. Great molly there by Rin, and that means they get to plant.
Yeah, one trip down and the door closed. They did use KO to take the site, but that's more than worth it. We may see Breach ult right here. We do. Now's the time to get aggressive, break the door and go in. If he gets it, he will kill Sage. To your left.
Oh! Great heads up play by Sage getting in the smoke when she's flashed there. Now it is Cleep 1v3. We've seen him clutch up before. Can he clutch up again?
Does get one, takes down Milk, can Cleep clutch up the round. Swinging door, FUMSA misses.
One enemy remains.
Cleep gets a second, but the Marshal takes him down.
Donut Destroyer, great play there. Just holding it patient with the Marshal. Cleep was in a bad position. I would have loved to see Cleep use his teleport there to reposition himself. Yeah, so look at FUMSA pushing up here, trying to plant, desperately trying to fight this Cypher, but Milk wasn't there to help out. That's a comm issue.
Yeah, really should have run towards Gen though instead of trying to plant on box. Kind of in the open towards heaven.
See a John Valorant here with some good heads-up flashes, but I love how the Sage just dances into the smoke there. Unfortunately, unable to save their KO, but hey, it worked out. The round, or sorry, this was for Cleep's team. Cleep's team unfortunately did not get it there.
They were able to pull out a couple ults though, very strong ults. KO is a game changer. They do have Phoenix now. The Grim Wall does come out.
Grim, that's who it is.
They're able to look into the window.
John Valorant with the opening pick and Cleep with a second one. Great position here for Flint and Steel.
It looks like the Grim Wall didn't work out for them. They're going for the
they're
res
trying to get a res on top of that wall. Oh, yeah, there it is. There is the res. So now 4v3, 3v3 situation. FUMSA with a great pick on Graggy. And it looks like we're gonna rotate out as as Pillagers love to do.
Yeah, very flippant with their site commitment. They don't really care to commit if they can rotate. We did see Sky get a little too over-aggressive. They're trying to pinch them in B main.
I love how this Jet has pushed out so aggressively, but they're looking in the wrong direction. Oh, they're behind the wall there. That's why. And so we see Omen out here. Cleep also trying to play aggressively. Wow, Pillagers are trapped in their spawn right now.
Yeah, they're getting pinched in from both sides. They cannot walk out towards A because there's both Cypher and Jet watching them. They're both backing up. They hear the footsteps. They're just waiting. Does give up the A, looking to just try to hold the site.
Yeah, I love that TP from Donut Destroyer. And what an open plant. You guys got to stop walking. You got to go now. Nice. They stop the defuse. 2v2 situation here. And this is a great angle to hold. Flash your own Jet, though. That is not.
Yeah, they did get the spike down. Oh, we do see the Phoenix ult coming out from FUMSA, looking to try to clear him. He does get one. Does know that the Jet is to his left. Can wide clutch it up.
And this fighting in the smoke here, that is a win for the Pillagers. 4K for FUMSA.
Very good from FUMSA here. I do like that ult usage. Being able to get that intel, that's really what it's good for. Being able to go in there, get that pick, and then have that intel for your regular life.
That's what we love to see from this Phoenix. That Phoenix got buffed, 2-3 patches ago. A lot of his util's a lot more handy.
What do they do to his util?
So he always has a flash. That's the ability he always has. His wall and his molly heal a little bit differently. He goes into his molly once. He doesn't have to stay in it to heal. He just gets hit by it, and then he just has that heal passively.
Yeah. They put his flash on the 30-second cooldown.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's similar to how they do it with smokes on a lot of the controllers. So you look at Clove or Omen, every 30 seconds they have a smoke to put up, at least one.
So we see Ghosty Boy puts down 2 trips on A main. That's very greedy play. You know, oh, and Rin getting a pick mid, but just a very greedy play. You know, you could do a lot of setup stuff on A with those trips. 2 main.
Yeah, Rin finding 2. This is really good for this early start of the round. There's still a minute left, but Ghosty Boy does take the Bucky out, able to take down Donut Destroyer. Rin pushing Heaven, looking to find anyone they can with Ghosty Boy holding mid.
So it looks like we see people up in Heaven now. This is going to be great for that post-plant play. Cleep with the pick, going to go grab a gun really quick. Throw away their Spectre.
It does look like Daddy Gratty is very dependent on the shotgun though. Not able to play those longer ranges, always forced to hold close, but it doesn't matter. Daddy Gratty does fall to Fumpsa, putting the score 4-4.
4-4 here, tied up after this is a 4-1 for a second here, but great comeback here by the Pillagers. So we just see these trades in Garden going back and forth. Ghosty Boy with a great heads-up play, playing with the Bucky in his cage, gonna grab himself a Guardian for his troubles.
Yeah, Fumpsa getting the spike down and immediately trying to get aggressive here. It did work out for them. They did take the round.
So it looks like we're going to see another A push here. Just going to push through A into those trips. I don't think Pillagers actually saw that double trip setup, so they're still not aware of it, although Ghosty Boy did spread out the trips this time, which I think is a good idea. Very, very advisable. Yeah. John Valorant with 2 huge picks with his Shockwave.
It's a beautiful lineup from Tree right there. What you do is you aftershock main where the ult orb is, and then you immediately aftershock. It's very common to use it against Sova players because they always drone. Being able to find 2 that early is monumental though. They're going to be up for most of this round unless they can find 2 random picks.
Amazing value off that util. Ghosty Boy gonna peek out here, gonna grab Fumpsa. So this is now heavily in favor of Flint and Steel gamers. They are in a good position, but they are not going to play too aggressively right now.
Yeah, Zweig getting aggressive on mid too, wanting to find his pick.
1 enemy remaining.
And he does get it. Ren isn't able to survive on the box.
Yeah, and I am going to get caught by one of those trips in a bad position here. John Valorant gets the pick. Flawless round here for Flint and Steel. Their econ is sitting pretty.
Yeah, EXO has been having a hard time this game, not really able to find too much in the way of picks. That's the problem with Reyna. When you can't find picks, you're not really doing too much. While you may be skilled, if you don't have any util to provide for your team, you really just depend on those picks.
This goes here.
So yeah, we see this fight go down like outside the tree by upper ramp. Yeah, it was just that was a massacre by the Flint and Steel gamers. They are in a good position. We are, by the way, almost at the halfway point in this round.
Yeah, we will be seeing them switch sides here in a minute, just a couple rounds. Looks like we have 3 people sitting to try to take mid, with Fumpsa taking down Zweig on A. Aftershock doesn't find anyone. They learned their lesson on taking that ult point. It's really, you really just need to tap it to be able to force out those abilities.
2 great picks there by Flint and Steel gamers. Once again, we see the Pillagers trying to rotate around quite a bit, and this round I feel like it's biting them in the butt. Like they probably could have committed after their pick on A, but they were just too trigger happy when it came to moving around, trying to trick their opponents on another site, and it cost them an extra person. Fumpsa though equalizing things for them, so maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, Fumpsa's been an indomitable force this game, finding pick after pick. He already has his ult again. He might be able to do it. He's on for an ace this round.
Can Fumpsa secure the ace? We'd love to see it. He's got to be either close to an ult or at his ult.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, he has it right now. He's able to pop it right now to get aggressive, to get that util. I'm wanting to see him use it.
Yeah, this is the place to use it outside of the smoke game. I think he's setting himself up. He and Reyna are about to push in. Fumpsa out first. Doesn't see anybody. Cleep playing back, making sure that they have the chance to get a good position on the plant. And we are planting on the inside of Gen. Very hard place to defend, you know. There's only really 2, technically 3 angles you can see that from.
Yeah, it's only really good when you can play a good post plant, but they don't have a lot more post plant. Cleep finding Exoman standing on the box. Now is the time to get aggressive.
Yeah, that was an interesting wallbang there. I didn't think that was gonna connect, but it did. Fumpsa holding onto the blind, ready to peek out, play aggressively. Yeah, flashes the camera. Oh, he didn't see that camera though.
Fumpsa seems to be obsessed with this box. Does get the pick onto Ghosty. Coming out of the door, can he get Cleep? Oh, Cleep gets him! And Milk confirms the kill on Cleep. That round goes to the attackers.
Man, Fumpsa was feeling it there. Like you said, he was looking for that ace. He was so close. He turned around at the right time, but you know, he just wasn't close enough to tap that head, and he got taken out. 4K though. That's still impressive.
It really is. If he could have gotten it, that would have been amazing. I want to say though, Fumps has been very obsessed with the box on A, not really cutting any angles, just running straight towards the box, and it's almost gotten him killed a couple times now.
That's a very, very open place to play. You don't have a lot of cover there, and you're really banking on nobody being in heaven when, like, you know, why would the post plant, why would the team trying to defuse not be in heaven?
We do see here the pillagers stacked on B main.
Yeah, up in tiles.
Mid, almost timing there from Rin, could have gotten a kill.
The rest of the team's gonna go up B. They're pretty sure that Omen's not there to do the little blind trick, and I think they're ready. I am spamming the orb button, making a lot of noise. Wag though gonna get the opening pick onto Donut.
Zweig holding it, they are smoked off. Can they get KO? KO runs out without his weapon out, does find that pick. Will they commit to rezzing him, or are they gonna let him die?
That feels really dangerous to res him right now. I think they gotta leave him. 4 seconds.
They should leave him. He's in the open. Yeah, they're gonna leave him out.
That certainly seemed like a comms issue, right? Rin was ready to rip it with the ult and go out. Nobody went out with him.
Yeah, that's a big part of this game, is that communication, talking to your teammates about what's going to happen, what abilities you're going to use, and when you're going to walk.
30 seconds
if you don't have that, it's going to be significantly harder to win the game. As we see right here, actually 4-3, Exoman taking a pick on Graggy in mid.
The rest of the pillagers are going to march up A main very slowly. While IAM is fighting a little fight here with Ghosty Boy. Cage goes down, blind down as well. Reyna has her ult out. Oh, Ghosty gets it!
And Zweig gets 4 this round.
Great play there by Zweig, just getting that final pick. This is the last round before our swap. Will they go 6-6 or will they go 7-5? Yeah, so look at this. Rin runs out. None of the team is behind him. I mean, you see the flash goes out after Rin is down. That was a comms issue, most certainly.
Yeah. Last round on the half. Now is when you want to spend all of your credits. You want to buy all your abilities, the best gun you want, and try to get a win.
Going into the last round before we swap sides, Rin gonna throw out a knife really quick. Just kidding. Gonna slowly walk up B, see if they can punish an aggressive play here by Flint Steel.
We need to see a breach ult this round, last round of the half.
Scout destroyed.
If we don't, oh, actually, John Valorant gets a kill onto Fumpsa very early, able to force him out of the corner. Early advantage, 5-4. Now would be a good time to get aggressive.
John Valorant playing some great breach here, using that ult, that util to its best. What a TP!
That is just game knowledge right there.
That was great. Great heads up play by Donut Destroyer. Sky gave away their position with the dogs and the eagles, so Donut, little TP, little headshot.
Immediately, two of Pillagers fall, fighting for mid. John Valorant can look for his ult right now. If he pops it, he'll get the last 2. Oh, but the same wall. Now's the time to pop his ult. He's using the flash, swinging out.
They know where Milk is, and Milk goes down. We are going to switch sides with a 2-round advantage to Flint and Steel gamers. Although 2 rounds, while that is something, it's not a whole lot. This game is very even.
The game is very even, but this is a defense-sided map. It could be a lot harder for them to get rounds coming into this next half.
Yeah, so they know. See, Graggy out there with the bird. They knew exactly where the bird was coming from. Graggy never saw anything coming, right? TP up. Boop.
Yeah, we'll see if Flint and Steel can keep their advantage on this one. This is a very defense-sided map, so we could see a reversal happening.
So now we get to see how the Pillagers defend and how the Flint and Steel gamers attack. I'm very interested to see. They back off. They know that there's a KO. They don't want to get caught in the KO knife, and they're just going to very patiently walk up B main. Slow and steady.
Yeah, both teams stacked here on B, dogging out, trying to get any intel. We do have 3, almost 4 on the door. Are they going to run fast? They do get someone in the cubby. Can they get the Reyna on lane? No, they don't. Extra Man finds them. 1 health, though. 2 going down to Ghosty Boy, running onto point. Now is going to be the plant. It is a 4v2.
This is a great position for Flint and Steel gamers. They pushed quickly before the rest of the Pillagers could reposition. Great blind though, gonna catch one in CT. Can Fumpso 1v4 this?
We've seen him do amazing things before. Will he be able to get the 1v4? Does get blinded main, backs up, looking to just try to get a pick.
They know where he is now. This is so hard for Fumpso to push in. He needed the element of surprise.
Yeah, they do the smoke right too, even harder. He doesn't have any blinds to walk out, I don't think.
No drama.
And Draggy does take him down. 8 to 5 attackers favor.
And so now Flint and Steel gamers get to buy some guns. They get to get some Spectres. They get to get some Marshals or whatever they want. But just look at this aggressive play. Dog catches someone out in logs. Ghosty pushes up. And they have the util as well. They get all of their picks.
On Eco, what do you prefer to buy? Because I'm a Marshal man myself.
I can't do Marshals. I can't do snipey stuff. I always go for the Spectre, the Ares.
One enemy remaining.
You see, I'm not a Odin or Ares guy. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, fair enough.
For all my ecos, I go Marshal, maybe Lights. It's really powerful these second rounds right after you win pistol.
Yeah, Spectre, Marshall, pretty good on that buy round. We see Flint and Steel push up B. Nobody's on B. Someone's in market. Rin is in market, but the door just got closed on them. Flint and Steel's gonna plant for free.
Completely focused A side. It didn't work out. Maybe they were going for a gamble here since they just won on B, but it didn't pan out. We have 5 players set up. It's going to be very hard for them to take this.
Yeah, playing post-plant when you're down on eco. I mean, throwing the util out here, that's fine, but I just don't think it's going to get much value. You're not going to knock anybody out of position. This is going to be a good knife, though, telling them how many people are on site. They know they're pretty much all there, and it's time for the push, time for this post-plant. Flash thrown.
Zwag does fall to Rin, but he immediately gets traded out by Cleep. John VALORANT runs upstairs, does find one before Fumpsa can take him down. Fumpsa falls on stairs, 1 person left. Milk with the shotgun, unable to do anything, falls on lane. 9 to 5 for Flint and Steel.
It's so, having a Bucky there was not the move, you know? If they had a Spectre, they maybe could have done something, but the Bucky just too slow, trying to play, you know, that far back. Not very good. We see the Pillagers up here 9 to 5. John VALORANT currently top fragging for Flint and Steel gamers.
Yeah, that's the thing with the shotgun. It doesn't have a lot of applications, especially on this map. There's not a lot of tight corners. It's very long sightlines, very wide. There's not much for the shotgun to do here, especially since on the post plant he was standing so far away.
I agree. I wouldn't want to play Bucky or Judge for that matter on Ascent. So we're going to see Flint and Steel gamers push up B here. They're looking for a little bit of value. Dog is out. The only person on site is Rin, although we do see Cleep in market.
Yeah, Flint and Steel said if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's go B again. Zwag uses both of his clouds to try to stay alive. Does find Rin back site. That's a good pick. John VALORANT playing for stairs, it seems. But they already got the plant off. Pillagers were just so far away. It's going to be the same situation. It's going to be so hard for them to take the site now since they have 4 people standing on it with their util.
Right there. Fumps is going to flash his teammate, unfortunately. They have sheriffs. Why didn't Pillagers buy?
Yeah. Now was their buy round. They should have gone with at least like an AR. Could have gone with
the Phantom or the Vandal.
Yeah. at the very least, you could have gone with the, what's the burst rifle called?
Oh, the Bulldog.
Bulldog, that's right.
That's the one.
Yeah, there it is. John VALORANT does pull out a Bulldog here, gets a 3K.
Great play here by Flint and Steel Gamers. Pillagers, you know, it's interesting to say Pillagers were very rotate happy on attack, and I feel like that's translating here on defense to non-committal positions on defense, and it's biting them in the butt because they're never challenging the plant. They're always playing post plant, which is tricky.
Yeah, for this next defense round, we should see a back to basics 2-1-2 setup.
Last player
2A, 2B, 1 mid, just to try to hold down their sides, and we don't see it. A is already open, but they have held the right side. We do have a 5-stack on B main again. This is not a good play because they can get crammed. Fumsa taking down Zweig, and it already looks like we're rotating towards mid.
That was with a Sheriff again. Did Pillagers buy? I really want to know why they're not buying.
Yeah. Pillagers' pockets are bursting at the seams right now. They need to buy a rifle. It's kind of throwing if they're not.
Yeah, Spectre, I have a hard time believing Milk did not have the credits to buy a Vandal or Phantom. Wall is out, gonna try to make their way out of mid. John VALORANT gonna go down on the other side. Pillagers finally in a good position. It looks like they have some weapons that they took off the hands of Flint and Steel Gamers. Ghosty Boy in a 1v5 situation.
Yeah, Flint and Steel's playing for pick here. Does swing out to grab the Vandal, gets greedy and dies for it. Might have been able to take down Exoman if he didn't try to swap out his rifle.
Yeah, exactly. He played a little bit greedy to get that weapon. So yeah, Bucky, like we said, not gonna do work here on Ascent. John VALORANT, ooh, just unlucky trying to switch weapons there, not gonna get that second pick. And here's Ghosty Boy in the corner, just fearing for his life, grabs that gun, goes down.
Yeah, 10-6. The thing about the Bucky is it's really only seen on players who haven't practiced with the rifle before. So if they keep using the Bucky, they're not going to get any practice with it.
So we see Milk here is going to play very aggressively on A, and maybe they'll catch somebody out. I don't know if this is like a wall trick.
We do see Phoenix though pushing up mid, looking to try to pinch anybody standing B main. We may see John VALORANT fall if he just keeps standing there.
Exoman gonna get the opening pick onto John VALORANT, and Fumpsa gonna get another one. Pillagers getting momentum back in their favor when they're down 4 rounds. Great to see. We see the push is gonna start here on A. Judge is not gonna catch anybody's wide with the stinger pick.
Careful.
There goes the plant.
4-3. It was a good pick there on the Sage to try to even it out a little bit. This is a very winnable round for Flint and Steel. They have one person coming up on their flank. If they can clear that out, it's good. Omen gets up on the box, does take down Zweig. 2-player heaven, 1-player flank.
Last player standing.
KO drops Jen to find a pick. Last player's hell. Can he get him? No. Rin takes down Ghosty Boy with it going 11-6.
Yeah, Ghosty Boy needed to wait there. I love the aggressive use of the ult by Cypher. After the Cypher ult buff, that's a great ult. I would have waited for the upload to happen so you knew exactly where that KO was. Then you pop out and hit him. You know, pop out at 1 in the morning, you know?
What was the buff on Cypher's ult?
So his ult used to just ping once. And it used to be like 7 pips. So great TP here, very aggressive. Barely doesn't get taken down by the knives. He was left with 5 HP there. If Zweig just would have aimed a little bit higher, maybe that would have been a kill.
Oh, my mistake. It was actually 10-7, not 11-6. I mixed up the teams for a second there.
All good. We see Fumpsa playing once again aggressively in mid, waiting for somebody to push out, although he is kind of peak there a little bit. Zweig with a Marshall does not feel it, does not want to go fight Fumpsa, although the rest of the team is gearing up to push into mid through tiles.
Yeah, he looks like Zweig's just trying to make noise, trying to make a little bit of chaos, so they're not sure exactly where they are because they're playing very slow on B.
Fump's in a great position, knows that somebody's in tiles, that somebody's waiting, although he did just get pinged by the, pinged by the camera, and Zweig gonna get that pick. Birds out, they know Exoman or somebody is on site, although they're not playing it very aggressively. Rin gonna make sure they don't push up.
Exoman finds John VALORANT before Cleep takes down 2. Very good playing from Cleep here.
Smoke goes down on market. That means Flint and Steel Gamers get to go up B and plant. We see Milk walking around mid. This is comms issue. You know, the team should be calling out, hey, they are on B. Get on B. You know, there's no need to walk around mid when the plant is happening, you know?
All three of them are playing Boathouse too. That's not very good. They're all kind of crammed in there.
One
I
enemy
do see
remaining.
Demonstrator finding one before Cleep finds his wife,
Yikes.
finds the last one.
sucks.
It's a little rough if you want to stack Boathouse because there's no angles to play off of.
Yeah, that's not a great place for a bunch of people to play. If you have a Killjoy, it's a cool place for them to hang out. But yeah, 3 people in Boathouse is 2 people too many.
We also did just see Fumpsa try to take the tracking dart out of him while standing halfway out the corner. Not very good.
Planted.
Flash there by Reyna. The blind there was good, but just not good enough. It was a little more wide. Maybe it would have worked. But yeah,
Let's go.
all those people in Boathouse, not advisable. But Flinton still did take the round.
Yeah. Looks like we have a 1-0-4 split coming out from Flint and Steel on this one, looking to fight A. They haven't really gone A on any of the other rounds, but we're still stacked B on Pillager's side. If they get fast and aggressive right now, they will take site and get a free plant.
Yeah, this plant feels free. Free is exactly the word I would use. Rin throws out a flash. I'm not sure if that actually flashed anybody. That's a cool angle, though. And then they get the plant, and Zwei gets the pick. This is a good position for Flint and Steel.
Yeah, immediately finding 2 more. It's a 4v2. Both of them with not a lot they could do. No
enemy
util to try to
remaining.
take it. Milk does fault his Y. He's on for a 4K.
And Pillagers are terrified of a lurk. Like the plant is down and they're walking through mid. You know, they're playing so slowly, and so Exo Man just doesn't stand a chance here when Flint and Steel has planted and set up, and they're just gonna double swing this. Oh my
John
goodness,
Valor
Exo
with
Man!
it. Can he get it with the classic? Yes, he does.
Oh, Exo Man should have had them both there. Exo Man had them dead to rights.
Yeah, that's a horrible win
point.
from John
Planted.
Valorant right there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes here. Donut Destroyer, sorry, here's Daddy Graggy with the plant here, and you can just see Pillagers completely out of position to do anything about that plant. And Zwei getting the pick immediately after the plant.
One enemy
So
remaining.
Zweig gets another pick up here. Zweig played a killer game of Jet here, and just look at this. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, you know his team is flaming him for that.
Not one left.
Yeah, but I guess he gets the pick at the end of the day, so you know. Is that not?
It is that or an outlaw. John Valorant rotating back towards B, probably gonna find Exo Man right here. Oh, pulling up the gun. Can he get it? Yes, he does. He finds Exo Man, but Fomsta does trade out, equalizing, finding a pick onto Cleep. This looks like it could go either way. Will John Valorant find the Phoenix on mid though?
Yeah, this Bumps is pushing us so aggressively. John Valorant on the lurk. Ghosty Boy in hell right now. The plant has happened, putting down a trip in an interesting spot. And there's the plant there. This is a 4v3 situation, not unwinnable by the Pillagers, but they're gonna have to be very careful. Although,
out of my way.
once again, the Pillagers are rotating
enemy
so
remaining.
slowly. There's the lurk they're afraid of by John Valorant.
Taking away, it looks fairly impossible. He swings out, doesn't clear his right, but Maxo Man finds the pick onto John Valorant. That was a very good flick. Looks like he's gonna be walking up towards tree now. This is clutchable, but it's gonna be very hard for Exo Man to find this.
That's too little time.
And there it is. The first round,
Attack on the
first
line.
game goes to Flint and Steel.
Flint and Steel gamers are round 1 winners here. Flint and Steel over the Pillagers. But Flint and Steel gamers are winners here for round 1. Let's check out some of these replays here. We want to see some of the stuff that these teams were doing. Milk coming out here with a good heads up res on that round. You know, the Pillagers needed Exo Man, and Exo Man almost, could have, like you said, clutched up this round. Donut Destroyer just peeking out and going to get peeked in return. So Daddy Graggy here, birds out, and this is where we see Donut Destroyer hop up, get that easy headshot. Bird up, TP up, headshot down. So we see now that Flint and Steel gamers, they are a force to be reckoned with. You cannot sleep on this team. And Pillagers, frankly, you can't sleep on them either. They play a tight strategy. They play coordinated and well together. They play well on Ascent. If you're playing against Flint and Steel gamers, do you ban Ascent against them?
You might need to, but then again, we also haven't seen any of the other games, any of the other maps today.
That's true, and Ascent is kind of the classic. I don't think, even if Flint Steel gamers are so strong on Ascent, nobody's going to ban it against them. I think you're right.
Yeah, like we said earlier, though, at the beginning of the game, we do have 5 maps today. I believe it is Lotus, Pearl, Ascent, Haven, and Bind.
And Bind, yes. So we could see any of those maps we just mentioned. I hope we don't. I mean, not that I don't like Ascent, but I would love to see a few other maps too. But you know, we're gonna see more Ascent.
I'm looking forward to a Pearl game today.
Pearl would be hype. I think Pearl is a very cool map. Lotus is pretty chaotic. It can be kind of hype, but I'm in here with Pearl. Hunter and Ben here. We are in for Pearl. Give us some Pearl, please.
All right, sending it back now. We will be back in a minute.
See you soon.
Stealing sight. Kill the sky. By all.
All right, welcome back, folks. I'm Ben, joined here by Hunter here for round 2 of our Viking Cup Valorant Invitational here for KSEL. Round number 2, we're gonna see Flint and Steel again. We just saw them with a pretty dominant round 1 win over the Pillagers, but now Flint and Steel here in round 2 are gonna be going against Diamond Armor, full set.
Yeah, we haven't seen full set yet today, so I'm excited to see what they have to offer. Flint and Steel was fairly dominant on the attack and the defense, so coming into this next game, I believe it's Haven?
Haven, yes, Haven is the map. Haven, a historically attacker-sided map with 3 places to plant. The attacker just has a pretty big advantage, and we're gonna see full set on attack first.
Yeah, and they were pretty good on attack last game, so let's see how they pan it on this one. An extra site is going to be interesting since they do like to rotate so much.
So I would expect, well, I guess we don't know how full set plays, and we're going to get that intel pretty soon here as we're hopping into game, but I would expect to see a very aggressive set of agents here from full set.
Yeah, it looks like we do see Ghosty Boy instead of the Cypher. He will be on the KO, and Zweig is sticking with the Jet, but John Valorant looking to pick up the Cypher himself.
On the other side, we see another Reyna, and we see Harbor.
Harbor's a weird pick. He's not really been meta for quite some time.
I don't think has he ever been meta?
I think he had a stint right when he came out, but that's to be expected.
That's to be expected. The character comes out and they're pretty much at their most powerful.
I like Harbor. I think he's fun. He has a lot of ways to play him with the bubble and the wall, and his ult is decently strong as well to be able to lock down a site.
And maybe that's the defensive power that they need to win on this kind of map.
It could be because this map, like you said, very attack sided, so it could help on the defense to try to slow their aggression.
Let's see how this goes. Once again, full set versus Flint and Steel here in round 2. And it's worth mentioning, this is double elimination. So even this game's going to go bad for somebody. That's how this game works. But the losing team is going to go into loser's bracket. They still have a run at the grand finals.
Yeah. Double elimination, best of 1 on this though. So winner of this one will move forward, just like the last one.
And we're into it here with Flint and Steel gamers on the defense, full set on attack.
Go, go, go!
So initially it looks like this is going to be an A push. I feel like this is just something you see all the time on Haven. Teams feel safe pushing A first. They don't want to go down long with classics, and pushing mid is kind of rough.
Yeah, defaulting A, very common. I feel myself doing it every time I play this map as well. We do see KO running out main, looking to get aggressive with Reyna and Jet going sewer.
Blind goes out, not going to catch anybody. Flint and Steel back off, but they know this is an A push, certainly. That's a shorty right there, going to get a little pick. Daddy Graggy going to go down here. Beaver Cup and Bouncy going to get some picks. Great flower, great push out there into CT. Spike is planted, full set with a full 5 versus just 2 from Flint and Steel.
We could see, no, never mind. I was gonna say we could see a flawless, but Cleep gets 2 from heaven. Very good gunplay coming out. This is clutchable. Can he get the ace? Harbor is already 1 health. Any shot will kill him. Reyna and Sage are looking to hold that spawn door.
Will full set get greedy and push out? They know that Cleep has to come to them. They don't need to be greedy. Reyna gonna get a little shots. Cleep with a 3rd.
This is doable. Cleep can get this. He knows where Sage is. Can he kill her? No, he doesn't.
He was so close.
If he swung out a little farther and shot the Sage, the wall wouldn't have gone up, and he might have been able to get the ace. I don't think he would have been able to defuse, though.
Yeah, great play from Cleep there. Great 3K, almost 4K, but full set is going to be up, and they're going to get a little extra buy.
It would have been better, though, if Cleep died to the bomb, wouldn't it? He would have gotten more money.
Yes, that's true. Cleep should have let the spike explode him. Get a little bit of extra credits this next round. But what can you do? Great plays there from Reyna, getting some little picks. Bouncy getting some nice picks as well onto CT. Yeah, great little protect there by Reyna with her ghost mode.
Yeah. Cleep, we know, he's a good player. He's been playing this game for a while now. I don't know exactly how long, but he and John Valorant used to duo.
Bouncy aggressively pushing up here. Oh, Spike will not be planted. Is in an awkward spot. Graggy with the chance to get some picks, but doesn't get any. Graggy gets out with the Bucky. Caught them out.
Spike planted.
And it's 2.
Daddy Graggy getting 2 unseen before. John Valorant
One
does fall to
enemy
Sharky
remaining.
from the Ghost with his Zwag main, does find the pick.
And that's going to be a defuse by Flint and Steel, who once again were down on Econ because they lost the first round, but they took it. Shout out to Daddy Graggy with that Bucky play. We talked about how on Ascent, the Bucky isn't great, but here on B, this is where you want to play Bucky.
He's also playing Neon here, though. Was he playing Neon last game?
Last time he was playing Sky.
Yeah. Being able to play the Neon will let him close in on the angles a little faster. It'll give him a better chance of finding picks like he did right here.
Great plays here by
One
Flint and
enemy
Steel
remaining.
gamers, leveraging their disadvantage and taking a round. And this means that full set's not going to be able to full buy. They do not have a diamond armor full set here in round 3.
Deployed.
No, they do not. KO Knife going out main, finding 3. They know they're stacked A side. We do see Jet coming off of C, trying to come closer to A with 3 on B.
Yeah, you gotta wonder what they do here. I mean, they have rifles. I think they can really just run in, but they're gonna get caught out in the smoke. Ghosty Boy playing in the smoke like a rat. Creep gonna get 2 as well. Diamond armor full set. Down 3 once again. Not a full set. How many times can I use that line, Hunter?
At least one more
One
time.
At least one more. You heard it here, folks. Can Sharky do it? Sharky gonna get taken down by Daddy Graggy on that Bucky. Another win for the defenders, but full set now gets the chance to buy some weapons.
The shotguns here from Daddy Graggy too are also better because there are more corners to play on. On that Ascent, it's a lot more open and just wide and long lanes. Here, there's going to be a few more angles to play on and make it a little easier along with the extra speed. So we could see him being a little more of a force to be reckoned with this game.
One enemy
Great
remaining.
play by Ghosty Boy, playing in the smoke. That's typically pretty risky, but on a low econ round, not a bad idea just to get some easy shots with the Spectre. We're going to see a C long push.
Yeah, Zweig is holding just the main box, waiting to see if someone wants to poke their head out. John Valorant finds a pick in garage with Daddy Graggy pushing up mid with the Spectre. Doesn't find the pick on the Reyna, but does back up, doesn't get traded.
Zweig playing some great defense here on C in conjunction with their Harbor. Daddy Graggy going to play offensively, not going to pay off.
Yeah. Ghosty Boy getting the KO diff with Reyna getting blind does live though. Will he be able to find the KO?
Man, that was very aggressive to repeat that. Lucky the Ghosty Boy didn't grab Reyna. And Reyna playing more aggressively, going to get flashed. Ghosty Boy flashed himself.
Very good play here from Reyna. Sage getting aggressive,
One enemy
pushing up
remaining.
window. Unable to find the kill on Cleep. Cleep trying to wallbang. There's 3 people shooting at the Reyna and she's unable to win. John Valorant gets the wallbang.
Full set was just playing so aggressively there unnecessarily. I don't know if it was going for the gun or if it was just going for the kills, but Sage should not have been pushing up into window.
No. Zweig did good here, holding C, not letting him take any space as well, though. John Valorant getting an early pick in garage, very beneficial for the round, giving you an advantage to get aggressive with Daddy Greg, creating chaos from B side. Here's Zweig finding a pick C long, and with Ghosty Boy trying to get the pick on the Reyna, unable to do so.
Yeah, so Ghosty Boy trying to do an important little bit of KO tech, but messed up there. But we'll come back to that later. We see another A push here. Just A is full set's side, I guess.
Yeah, Harbor Wall coming out. Now they're wanting to get aggressive right here. Bouncy looking to hold the flank because we do see Daddy Graggy coming up. I think he has a shotgun. He's probably gonna fall here.
Zweig playing great this map, doing so much, getting so much value. I said it. I spoke it into existence. Zweig with another great pick. They're gonna push up on Sharky here. Sharky gonna get the first one. John Valorant
One
trading him
enemy
out.
remaining. Spike
Yeah,
down
John Valorant
A.
finding 2 dinks on this with Daddy Graggy going sewer. Will he be able to find the Reyna?
Yeah, Reyna in a rough position, nowhere to go. Just gonna try to get some picks. Yeah, I was gonna say that that Reyna was trapped. There was nowhere for her to go. I thought she was gonna get a pick there onto Daddy Graggy,
Love it when
but
it make
Graggy
it
didn't
easy
pop
for
out of the
us.
smoke, I guess.
Yeah, that's good discipline from Daddy Draggy right there. Clean gunplay coming from John Valorant this round.
So once again, we see Flint and Steel gamers up. Cleep has not gone down once.
Deathless game, very good. We do see the kill distribution fairly even too for Flint and Steel, so even though it's within the range of about 4 kills and this is the 6th round, it's still a good distribution. Everybody's pulling their weight.
So I like this switch up here from Full Set. They're not going A main this time. They want to go B, actually. They were looking at Garage there for a moment. They know that Daddy Graggy is there. Graggy gonna get out using the wall. Nice concuss!
He's able to get around the corner though. Daddy Graggy was not able to find him. Still with the shotgun. Beaver falls to him. He has a Phantom this round. Actually has a right to find the Reyna, but he slides out, does get caught out by Sharky.
I love Daddy Graggy on this
Spike
Neon.
planted. One
Daddy
enemy
Graggy
remaining.
putting in work. Ghosty Boy, John Valorant, and Cleep gonna go ahead and clean up Full Set while Ghosty Boy gets that defuse. 5-1 in favor of Flint and Steel.
Yeah, the KO is very strong right there. It makes it so Full Set can't use any of their abilities to try to defend the site.
See, Daddy Graggy here just gonna get that quick pick before the flash goes off, and then Reyna pops out here, trying to get away from the wall and gets picked for her troubles. Daddy Graggy playing wonderfully on this Neon.
Yeah, both Daddy Graggy, Zweig, and John Valorant, sorry, have been doing phenomenal work here. But I don't want to take away from Cleep and I'm sorry,
From Cleep and Ghosty Boy.
Yeah, Ghosty Boy. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name right there. They've both been putting in work. Unfortunately, Cleep does get sprayed through the smoke. Unfortunate.
We call that the caster curse.
Yes. We a very large stack towards A side. 4 people rushing long.
Yeah, Zweeg, you got to turn around here, buddy. You're about to get caught out by that Molly, although it looks like it's a little bit off there. I'm not sure why Zweeg didn't turn around.
I think he was just trying to get behind the corner.
Very fair. Reyna and Bouncy gonna get some picks, and things are finally looking grim for Flint and Steel. Ghosty Boy in a 1v5 situation. Do you save the gun? Do you go for a pick? Oh.
What? A little too much trigger discipline right there.
Yeah, trigger discipline, not always a good thing. Gonna try to get some picks here. Aiming down sights is weakening Ghosty Boy. So for those of you that don't know, when you aim down sights, you shoot a little bit slower, but it's easier to aim. But Ghosty Boy is moving and ADS aiming down sights, and it's not working out. Bouncy here with this quick pick onto Cleep is what opened up this round for Full Set. Daddy Graggy wanted to run up with the Bucky, but Bouncy was in the position to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Zweig falling sewers, unable to do anything. It looks like we have a... What split do we have here? I think 2-2-1 with 1 on A. Zweig's looking to hold it down, but we have a focus towards mid to C from Full Set here.
And they're gonna push up C long here. Dagger goes out, not gonna catch anybody.
We could see the Clover, the Gecko ult here too. Those are very good for taking the site.
The Clove?
Harbor.
Yeah, Harbor. We could see that Harbor ult that we never see because nobody picks Harbor. Shout out to Bouncy for being the one Harbor player.
Yeah, Daddy Graggy holding the attacker spawn. They know he's there though.
Yeah, what an interesting angle to hold it. Well, but at this point, look at how free C is. Full Set just needs to run down C long, but we're trading picks here.
C.
Yeah, and now we have Cypher and Omen pushing up C long, looking to have a little bit of contact right here. Can he get him? Yes, he does. Reyna unable to find the Reyna, taking down John Valorant with Beaver taking down Graggy. Only one person on C with Zweig pushing up onto mid. It looks like we have a rotate coming out from Full Set though.
Yeah, Full Set are moving slowly, but they're a little bit scared. There they see Zweig, who gets the quick pick. That's why they need to be afraid. Zweig with another 3K here. Spike is down. Suddenly this game is in favor, this round is in favor of Flint and Steel.
We might see a save coming from the Sage here, but she looks to be going back towards C. Maybe she's confident in her gunplay. Will she find it? Timing here from the Omen. He turned away.
Yeah,
Sage getting to walk up for free.
She's got to start running. She only has 10 seconds left to plant here. Doesn't know where the... Oh, what a time for the blind to go out. Cleep with the blind gets the pick. 6-2 for Flint and Steel.
If Sage could have gotten the Omen, she would have been able to plant and have played for a post.
Great little aggressive play there by John Valorant.
Extra money if anyone needs.
And then Beaver Cop gonna get the quick pick onto Graggy. And yeah, Graggy needed to go around the other way with such low
Headshot.
HP. Swag with such a clean headshot, and then a
enemy remaining.
second one to follow it up.
Spike
Swag
down.
is
Attackers
killing
lost.
it this game.
I've actually seen Zweig get better over the last year or so. I've seen him play and get better progressively. So it's really paying off for him.
Love to see it here, folks. This looks like another A push, back to what Full Set is comfortable with, although Swag is already catching it out, not gonna get a pick.
Does tag the KO?
Yeah, KO got tagged a little bit. Or Reyna, it looks like Reyna got tagged a little bit.
Yeah, that and Sage. Looking to just hold down the site. No Molly for Beaver. They are rotating back towards mid, but we have 2-3 pushed up mid, getting a trade out.
Sharky and Bouncy gonna throw it back though. We see Flint and Steel down 2 players, but this is a weird position. We're hanging out in window, 3 people in window. Beaver Cop gets another pick on the other end though. Flint and Steel not in a good position. Where does Full Set push?
You will not
55
kill
left in the
my
round.
ally.
Junior reses the Reyna. It's a 5v2 now. It's going to be very rough for Flint and Steel to try to hold down the point, especially if they don't commit on A, which it doesn't look like they are. It looks like a B to C.
Yeah, this is certainly a B2C push. We see Ghosty Boy gonna move their way back to garage. Beaver Cop catching Zweg, but Zweg's gonna take the gunfight.
Very clean gunplay.
30
But there's
seconds
the
left.
plant. Sharky planting on C. The
Spike
only person there to
planted.
contest
Last
anything is
player
Ghosty
standing.
Boy, or sorry, Cleep.
This
Sharky's gonna
is
take down
winnable.
Cleep. Yeah, Zweig has to really clutch up, but we know that Zweig can do it.
Yeah, he has the technical skill, technical and mechanical skill to be able to do it. One person holding the back corner, another is standing on the box. Can he get the pick? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, Reyna in her Empress mode just shoots too fast, and that's a crucial win here for Full Set. They needed that eco, or they needed that the credits. I know my Valorant words. Push up here is going to be. Oh, we're all buying still. I'm speaking too soon, but it looks like they're favoring mid to C. Just kidding, going A. Are we gonna see like a default here? They're gonna push every side at once. I would love to see that out of the squad.
It's so rough for Full Set because they don't have any good smokes. The only orb smoke they have is Harbor's orb, and they can't place that on Heaven on A very easily. The best they could try to do is use the wall, but I don't know if that reaches.
Check
Defen-
out the kill feed. There's an op.
Definitely be better for Full Set.
Yes, absolutely. Full Set's gonna like being on defense, but I also think Flint and Steel's gonna like being on attack. John Valorant with a pick. Bouncy gonna trade it out with Graggy Daddy, and we are planting right now. Wingman putting in the work. Or sorry, not Wingman. That wasn't a Wingman plant. And John Valorant's already defusing.
Yeah, they put the spike in way too early. Nobody was there to defend it, and they just got a free defuse.
Yeah, Reyna and Bouncy are just gonna hang out unless Wag peeks out.
Oh, unable to find it. I did hear the gun go off though.
Very, very close there. Flint and Steel up 4 rounds over Full Set. We are about to switch in just a few rounds, in 2 rounds to be precise.
We could see the 9-3 curse come out.
The 9-3 curse, you've invoked the 9-3 curse. For those who are unfamiliar, the 9-3 curse is when you are up 9-3 when you switch sides. And to the superstitious, when you are winning 9-3 and you switch sides, you are going to lose the game, even though you are up 6 rounds. Do we see, did you just curse Flint and Steel? Are you superstitious?
I'm not superstitious myself, but others may be.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of gamers are. Beaver Cop with a great molly here. Beaver Cop has to, Beaver Cop forcing out Graggy here and going to get the pick for that concuss came out too late.
Running
Zweig.
and gunning. Oh my god, Zweig whiffing!
Zweig!
Beaver Cop reloaded, put his gun away, took it back out, reloaded again, and then killed him.
Spike planted.
And look, Cleep putting in work on the op. That is a nasty weapon to have in hand. Cleep is running amok. We see now the plant is down. 3v3 situation, retake 2v2 situation. Excuse me, John Valorant
Remaining.
pokes out, going to get the pick. Can Harbor do this 1v2?
Last one coming out. Can he get the harbor? Cleep finds it for him. That's an 8-3. We might see it.
Oh, you're gonna defuse? There you go, John Valorant.
I think he's trying to give Omen the point.
Oh, he's trying to get the, he's trying to get the ult point. Yeah. Freaking out a little bit, but the op is still in the hands of Flint and Steel. We only have 1 round left, so they only get
Last
1 round of
round
value
in
out
the
of it.
half.
And if they win, that's 9-3.
I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen Flint and Steel pushing up to get Rissip to take the free ult point on A, because there's been so many chances they can just double swing and take the ult point.
That's a great point, and Flint and Steel really could use a KO ult to initiate fights, or another res is always great, or frankly, I don't know, Empress is good. Like, just having an Empress is good. So we see Trips get set up in Garage, and see they're anticipating a C push. But yeah, I think Flint and Steel push A very wisely. They know Cleep has an op, and every opper wants to go C long. Why push C long? If I was Cypher, I'd be setting up somewhere B or A main.
Yeah, going Klong is a little hard.
Did you say Klong?
Yeah, I said Klong.
You said Klong. Okay, Klong chat. Klong's in chat as we push up through main and garage here very slowly, anticipating an op somewhere in the area, which it is not. Cleep's actually hanging out in heaven.
Oh, unfortunate timing for Ghosty Boy. Does put out the flash, but it's too late. Bouncy saw him standing on the corner and was able to find the pick. Zwag finds Bouncy real fast. Valorant taking down KO. It's 4-3, 3-3 now. Equalized. Daddy Greggy finding one, getting traded out on window. Can Zwag hold down the point?
Sharky's right there, and Zwag knows. Oh, there's the ult there from Gecko, trying to immobilize a few people, but not going to catch anybody. Omen is going to pick up. Never mind, going
left.
garage to scout out. Zwag gets the knife kill, and the plant did not go down.
Denies the plant very well. Zwag standing on top of the site. Can he get the point? Brings out the shorty, unable to find the pick. Sharky, low health, does get picked. 3 for Zwag.
I was so afraid for Zwag there after he missed all his knives, but I'm glad he has the Bucky. Good heads up play there. 9-2-3.
9-3. We could see the curse coming out in this game right now.
Yeah, so look at Ghosty Boy. He has his util. He wants to push, but he had to be so much quicker because Bouncy is there to grab the pick. That flash gets nothing.
I'm out of here.
I'm surprised, by the way, that Zwag wasn't in position to also take advantage of that flash, but you know, that's how it goes. Zwag does get a 3K this round, so it's hard to complain about him.
Phenomenal knife play from Zwag though.
Yep, and just great hopping down, gonna get that last shorty kill as we switch sides here. Now Flint and Steel on attack. Remember, this is an attacker-sided map traditionally, so Flint and Steel being up and now they're on attackers, they have a huge advantage.
We do need to keep in mind though, Full Set's comp does lean more towards defense, so they could have an easier time here.
We see an A push 2 going up through tunnel. And it looks like, Daddy Greggy ran, giving away their position, but didn't really get on site. So now we see Full Set already rotating in to get defensive on A. And it is time to fight Daddy Greggy with the opening pick.
Oh, Sage, 1 health. Greggy unable to find it with the shorty. 3 stacked, spawn side. They're just getting choked.
And that's all she wrote. Attackers get the first round here. Flint and Steel up 10 to Full Set's 3. They need to win 3 more rounds to take this game. And by the way, this is the best of 1 game, so the loser here goes down to loser's bracket.
I'm wanting to see some Marshall play this next round.
Yeah, I bet we will. I bet someone's gonna grab a Marshall and hang out C long here. 100% Daddy Greggy. Great work there with the shorty, and then some good play here from CT. There was a molly kill there as well. Great play from KO. Oh, we're gonna
Bouncy coming out with the Marshall, but nobody is A side, unable to find anybody. He could push up here and try to find somebody holding spawn. But it looks like he's decided to back up and rotate through his own spawn. Now actually scratch that B to try to find a pick.
Daddy Greggy didn't think they were that close. He did concuss them. Oh, that was a weird little interaction there in the smoke. They both thought that they saw an enemy, but they did not. They saw a teammate.
I thought it was an enemy too, the way they interacted.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, huh? Great picks here on Cleep and John Valorant Jr. Gets a pick, goes down for it. 3-1 situation. Can Gecko clutch it out?
Running and gunning, taking down John Valorant. Sharky pushing up from the smoke, but there's a KO in there, does take him down. This round goes to Flint and Steel.
Ghosty Boy loves playing in the Omen smoke, and that's just a testament to Flint and Steel's teamwork play. You know, Ghosty Boy knows that Cleep is going to put down a smoke that he can play aggressively in, and he's getting value off of it.
Yeah, they're definitely talking. They're definitely talking in team chat right now.
And John Valorant here with a great defensive play behind the barrel. Junior barely going to take him down. And Zweig is going to clean up here on site along with Ghosty Boy playing in that smoke. So you see Ghosty Boy hanging out, knifes to get the information from the smoke, and then gets his pick.
Knife going out towards window, seeing if anyone's going to peek up, but they don't. They're all stacked seaside with 4 going down main, 1 coming up towards garage. Reyna's holding close right, looking to try to deny the entry, but he finds Neon. Greggy does fall.
Yeah, this is a great position for full set, although Reyna does go down Beaver Cop with a good trade here, and full set's in an awkward position. They did not quite plant, and they do not have site control. This is not a good place. John Valorant's position, though, very aggressive.
He could get aggro on a flank. I don't know if they know about it.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a pick here, but he's got to get out quickly afterwards.
He gets one onto Sharky, but does get traded out by Bouncy.
Yeah, I think he played that too aggressively. He needed to get a pick and get out instantly. You know, the rest of the team was going to rotate there very clearly.
Yeah, you really don't want to overheat. He should have hopped back down out of garage and tried to run through mid up to A, but now it's going to be a 2v3, though they do have the spike down and a good post plant setup. So they're looking to be holding the spawn door and heaven because there's 2 up there right now.
Full set with the man advantage, but I think Flint and Steel have a good defensive setup. I agree. So we see an A main push and from CT as well. Super interesting pinchers. We get a pick, but Beaver Cop gets taken down by the Bucky Bouncy. Doesn't quite want to defuse. Zweig gonna go into the bubble. Zweig gonna get 2!
Great play coming out from Zweig here, able to save the round. 12-3, 1 more round, and Flint and Steel takes the game.
Excellent play there by Zweig. That was a losing situation. Zweig turns it around, clutches up for their team. Check this out. So Zweig coming out, gonna push into the bubble, knows he can't spray. Ooh, great little flick there. Turning around really quickly, Zweig gonna come out here, play very carefully around this bubble.
Very good flick coming out, able to transfer to the spray onto the KO, saves the round.
And this is potentially the last round of this game. If Flint and Steel win it, that's it. Knife is gonna tell them that there's some people hanging out outside the garage loitering as they do. Daddy Graggy's already pushed through though.
Yeah, 2-2-1 split here. We already see Neon in the defender spawn, able to hold down Seed. Will he find the Reyna?
Bouncy with the op, the last ditch op, getting a pick here. That's actually pretty big. Plant is down on B.
Behind Neon, the Neon might get picked here. Looking to push into the spawn after the harbor. Will he find the pick? Yes, he does with the Bucky.
Bucky versus op, who wins? Apparently the Bucky. And now Daddy Graggy's the one with the op. And I think there's not much left of this game. Daddy Graggy finishing it off with the Bucky. Game goes to Flint and Steel.
Yeah, that is all she wrote. Flint and Steel with a dominant performance, 13-3.
13-3, yeah, that is most certainly dominant. Flint and Steel, we have now seen them win twice on stream. They play great. John Valorant pushing in here with Zweig. Gonna get the initial picks there too, one after another. Aggressive play from Daddy Graggy means that op got neutralized pretty quickly, and then just great all-around play. Individual skill here clearly is on point, as well as trust. Look at Zweig here, gonna get that spray transfer, beautiful.
Yeah, good communication too. They've been coordinating their plays very well in both of these games.
Yeah, they have been playing together phenomenally, and clearly they are a team that deserves to be in round 3 of winners, where I think they're going to play Cave Dwellers. Cave Dwellers also undefeated right now.
I believe that may be true. One of them has to lose here, though.
So somebody's got to drop down. So whoever wins this next game goes to grand finals, I believe.
That soon.
I want to say, because I'm pretty sure that that Flint and Steel and Cave Dwellers are the only undefeated teams left in bracket. I'm fairly certain.
Well, that'd definitely be interesting because we've seen great gameplay coming out from Flint and Steel. So I believe we have one other team here today that's especially dominant with, I think, some Ascendant players on the roster.
You heard it here, chat. This next game is going to be sweaty.
Yeah, that one should have ridicule and some ascendant players.
Whew, interesting. Okay. So we're here talking about winners, but the next the next game that we are going to see is actually going to be in the losers bracket. So hold off on that winners game a little bit. I promise you we will see it. We will get to see that's going to be Full Set versus Grim Creepers. My bad. I misspoke a little bit. Grim Creepers versus Full Set still in winners. But we're going to take a little break here. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are coming into the semi-final game here. Right after this we will be going into the loser bracket final and then the actual grand final.
That's exciting. So we are right here. We have crossed the halfway threshold of this tournament here. Right now we are going to be watching we're actually gonna see the matchup right here. Flint and Steel versus Never Say Never.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great stuff from Flint and Steel today. Very, very strong team. We'll see what Never Say Never has to do. Now that we're later in the bracket, the teams are getting stronger. The game should be closer.
Yeah, we haven't seen Never Say Never play, like you said, but we have to assume if they've gotten this far, they are pretty skilled. And I think you brought up earlier, this team is pretty high ranked, so statistically, very good.
I believe there's a couple of Ascendant players, a couple of Diamond players, and then one lower ranked player. But they all have something to contribute to the team here.
All right, so can Zweig and the gang take them out? We are going to see our maps here. We are playing once more on Haven. We saw this last round, Haven, an attacker-sided map. So if you were attacking on Haven for the first half, you, in theory, have an advantage.
I still want to see a Pearl desperately here. I'm looking forward to try to get a Pearl here out of either the next game or the Grand Finals.
Let's check out these agent picks here. So Never Say Nether, picking Clove. This is the first time we've seen Clove all day. And then we see a Reyna and a Jet. That feels phenomenally greedy, although they are the attackers.
The meta in the last few years has definitely shifted to singular duelists, but they're actually floating 3 duelists right now. They lock in 3 duelists. No initiators.
That's so interesting. I guess they're going to rely on Jet to dash in, or flashes or blinds. I mean, I guess it works, but I mean, you know what? That remains to be seen. Flint and Steel sticking with something that we know from them a little more traditionally that they are comfortable with.
A little bit of background on Never Say Nether. Ridicule is Diamond. Frankulus John, Diamond. Gamma is a little bit lower. He's not had as much experience, but Clove is definitely one of, if not his best character, and the other 2 are Ascendant players.
He's a little bit lower in rank, but not lower in our hearts.
Gamma will always be in our hearts.
Gamma, we love you, Gamma. Shout out to Gamma.
Then again, Flint and Steel a little more closer when it comes to their rank range, but still very coordinated. So this should be a good game. I'm looking forward to it.
It's clear that Flint and Steel prepared for these games today. They play together so well. They push together well. They use their util together. They are calming.
First round here, we do have Flint and Steel on defense with Never Say Nether on the offense.
And this is what we saw last time too. Flint and Steel started off on defense on Haven, running actually not quite the same. They have a Raze this time instead of a Jet.
No Neon as well.
And no Neon. Daddy Graggy not on Neon, back on Sky. I love Daddy Graggy's Neon. That's a shame. Frankulus John gonna push in here. Flash not gonna catch anybody though. Jet with the opening pick. Trades.
Frankulus John finding 2 Daddy Graggy and Ghosty Boy with Zweig taking down Frank. We are 2v2 right now. Very even footing when it comes to health, but Zweig gets taken down into 1. Very low health.
I would have rotated off if I was Nether. They hadn't planted yet. That was rough, but hey, they get the pick. It's worth it. Blind goes out, so that means that Cleep gets to move out, get a little bit of space, but he's going to back off after he gets caught out by the Cypher trip.
Cleep does have that clutch factor though. He's clutched up several rounds before. He does TP across. Can he get the Cypher? No, Gamma takes the long and takes down Cleep. Good play from Gamma.
Never Say Nether taking the very first round of this game, and that means they get to buy some Marshals or Spectres or whatever their heart desires.
And like I said, this will be a closer game. We got down to a 2v2, then a 1v2 that last fight right there. So I'm really looking forward to this game.
This is going to be a good one. Clearly, great opening fights here from both teams. Do we see another A push?
No, it looks like a mid to garage. Maybe, no, C. Probably a C push through C split.
Yeah, Jet is going to take C long, and they're going to encounter 2 people. That's a scary place to be. Can Jet 1v2? Oh, I guess Phoenix is there to back him up. Fair enough. We're moving in through garage. Grenade from Raze is going to stop this push in its tracks.
Yeah, 2 players holding for garage. It's going to be hard to take it. With Jet taking down Cleep and Ghosty, this is going to be rough for the defense.
And that's Spectre. Oh, good flash there by John, but not going to get any value off of it because we see that Phoenix, Frankulus John, has pushed out.
Oh, flawless round coming out from Never Say Nether.
Dominant play here in these first 2 rounds, but that second round, we can't really use that to be a judge of how good these teams are, their skill difference, because we know that Nether had an eco advantage there, and now Flint and Steel have guns.
Yeah, both teams should have guns this round, so this one will be a little closer when it comes to indicating the matchup we have.
So yeah, all these, it looks like most of them have Spectres. Very interesting. There was 1 Vandal.
Yeah, could be looking to just save the guns from last round, not wanting to spend too many credits.
That's a good point. Cypher gonna try to push up into Garage the moment that Cleep leaves Garage, but I guess Cypher never went in. Fight down in tunnels, Jet's gonna win it. Gonna smoke out, try to get on site here through the tunnel. Sky birds out, but doesn't catch anybody. Sky wisely not pushing into this tunnel. Clove gonna lay down some smoke so the team can get on site.
Yeah, Sky using a shotgun, so he's looking to just choke it, but he put his gun away and he's able to walk out. Jet kills him instantly.
Cypher moving up into heaven to get a place to look, but it is smoked out. Cleep gonna get the pick onto Jet.
Yeah, went for the Outlaw. Pretty good against some of these earlier rounds when people don't have the full shield. It acts just like an op with a one-shot to the body.
Wall and Cage gonna go out, get a little bit of space. Frank gonna get 2 picks to close out the round. 3-0 for Nether.
Gun here.
NSN is a good little like acronym for a team. That sounds pro, like, oh, an NSN takes the round.
Yeah. But then again, we could also abbreviate it to SNS. SNS is also pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
SNS, I mean, FNS.
FNS, yeah. So, Jet, yeah, pushing out here, gonna get picked by that Outlaw, like you said, the newest gun to the game, but here we see the wall go up, and Frank plays around this wall beautifully. Pushes out, gets the pick, turns around, gets the other one. Now we see a very split push, moving up B, moving up Garage, and C long, playing 4 picks.
Looking to challenge this, Ridicule does not get picked, but does poke out the Omen, giving a little bit of damage through the wall.
And we see the plant go down on B site. Nether has taken strong control over the B area. Reyna, or Melancholy, with 2 picks. Way gonna get one in return, but it is not enough. Cleep has to 1v4 here with a Marshall. No thanks, I don't want to be in this situation.
Oh, overflip from Cleep here. Does get the kill before the flash can go off, but he's gonna get pinched from behind.
Yeah, that flash was so greedy from Frank that he needed to hold his gun out and just wait for somebody. I mean, if somebody was there to be behind him, sure, he flashes there, but you know, knowing where they are, knowing they could push in so aggressively, that flash was unnecessary.
Yeah, they did have a numbers advantage though, so it didn't wind up mattering. 4-0 now.
Yeah, there's Cleep getting that a little dink, and just look at how greedy that flash was there. Like, you just easy peek out, and Frank gets got.
Yeah. C split again here. Actually, no. I think Cypher's gonna go make noise window.
I like that play. I like distracting him. This is a fast push-up C long with only Cypher here to defend. Cage goes down, so there's a little bit of util used, but Ghosty Boy goes down so quick. That's going to be a quick plant on C. Man, NSN is pushing so fast.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Granny does take down Ridicule mid. Ooh. He was making a little too much noise. Didn't know the Sky was there, but we do see it getting equalized. 3v1 now, NSN's favor. It's going to be rough for Daddy Granny to try to take this flank, almost taking down Gamma, unable to do so, and gets headshot.
And this is 5 unanswered rounds. FNS on the back foot here. They are in such a rough position. Yeah, so here's that push. He gets the flash out when Cleep is just right there, but the rest of the team is there to clean it up. So, you know, frankly, Frank is not that upset about dying there.
No. He may have lost a little bit of his eco, but it's pretty unsubstantial in the long run.
When do we see an op?
We could be seeing an op this round or next round.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I'm with you.
The finances are getting really up there. We see here Daddy Greddy has 5K, and that just means the winning team, NSN, has a lot more. Yeah, pushing 9K. 9K is the limit. After when you reach that, it stops giving you money.
Great util use there, stopping the push. Frank and Sway gonna trade a little bit, and it looks like ooh, there's an aggressive tunnel push here by KO, by Ghosty Boy, and they're gonna find Cypher in there. Cypher gonna push too far. Nah, Ridicule's gonna get the pick there onto John in tunnel, but they've already rotated off. It looks like this is a C plant, and FNS is not in the position to contest.
Ridicule walking up sewer. He might be able to catch Sharky. No, he doesn't. Sharky gets away fast, but he can lurk up through their spawn if he wants to. Wait, he's gonna find Daddy Graddy. They didn't know Ridicule was still on A.
I know
what exactly. What a patient play by Ridicule. And with the Cypher ults, they know exactly where they are. They know that they are absolutely fine on defense. And look, Jet's gonna push up so aggressively into the Cypher. Ghosty Boy does not like his position. Yeah, he knows someone's there.
Really just cramped into the spawn. Gets the immediate headshot. Cleep finding one more on the Jet. Gonna get swung by the right. Gets it. Oh, unable to find the kill onto Ridicule, but 2 dinks is nasty.
Yeah, Cleep with 2 shots, 2 headshot, or 2 bullets, 2 headshots there. 2 birds, 2 stones. That doesn't sound very impressive, but what Cleep just did certainly was impressive there. Great lurk here by Ridicule on top of the Cypher. Ult just shuts down the rest of this round. Trapped in spawn, there's nothing you can do.
Probably you should use an Overwatch term, 1 shot, 1 kill.
There we go. Thank you, Overwatch, for the vocab that I clearly don't have. Are you excited for Stadium?
I am. It looks fun.
Cool.
Stadium looks like it's gonna be a good time, just a casual time, because I liked I like playing. It's less serious. I don't know.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And this game, however, is very serious with Frank getting the opening pick onto John Valorant. Run it back, gets the team onto site. Not going to find anybody. Scouting it out, telling the team, hey, everything's open. Although somebody is CT at the very least. He saw at least 2 of them.
Yeah, 3 players playing CT. Frankulus holding sewers for a second. 5 players on site with 1 person going heaven. He does molly it off. He's unable to swing.
Last player standing.
And there's 1 more player left once again. It is Cleep on his own 1v5.
Oh, and the blind doesn't quite hit Jet. He gets a 3K that round. That's very impressive.
So 0-7. Nether is just absolutely destroying FNS right now. We have 2 rifles, 3 rifles on Flint and Steel, and we are almost. There's a few players on NSN that are just almost max econ.
I'm surprised we haven't seen an op yet.
Where is the op?
Op is so strong for holding down C since it's such a long choke with only 1 cubby to hide in. We do see a Marshall for the eco coming out from Cleep on A, but they're not pushing it. They're going B to C.
And looks like they're gonna get surprised in Garage if they do a sloppy push here. Will you check your corners? No, you gotta check your corners, Frank.
Spike planted.
What? There was a plant there on B.
Will Ridicule get spammed? He's 1 health. They might swing him. Boombot coming out, does Satchel out of the corners wide, trying to find it. Unable to do so. Melancholy taking down John with Cleep taking down Ridicule. Cleep taking another headshot on Melancholy. He's
One
going
enemy
nuclear.
Flint and Steel with the advantage finally in this game. It is Gamma against 3 players. Can Gamma do it? Hanging out in the back of the site. Spike is planted. That's an advantage there. Gamma getting a pick on Cleep. He played a little aggressively. 30 HP. Graggy Daddy, what can you do? He's reloading.
He has to reload. Unable to find it. Now, Gamma actually has Counter-Strike experience.
Oh, that is interesting. Counter-Strike, a tactical shooter just like Valorant is, although some might argue it's a little more focused on mechanics, or shooting, I should say, shooting over util mechanics.
It's more of a gun game.
A gun game, that's
Arguably, the inspiration for Valorant. Obviously, they did take some inspiration from their own games, like League of Legends, with the abilities needing to buy stuff.
out of my way.
But CS:GO being largely the inspiration for Valorant.
All right, are we checking our corners? Will Jet do it? Jet checks the corners. What a headshot there. But not going to get any knives back because they used the right click.
Yeah. Back in the day, when you killed someone with right click, you would have gotten it back. But over the several nerfs that Jet has gotten, it's you don't get them back anymore.
Dog does not. Oh, Dog didn't catch anybody. Frank gonna grab 2, and Spike is planted. John gonna go down, or Frank. That's confusing. I call him Frank and John. There's just 2 Johns.
Yeah, Frankulus
Last
John.
player standing.
But oh yeah, bad time to use util here. But no Johns. My Smash players in chat get that one. And that is another round win by NSN. Look at that crisp right click there by Jet. Frank gonna get 2 picks on site. Traded out, but he's happy with his 2.
Yeah, we saw FNS get their first round before last, but NSN immediately took back the momentum, looking to push 9-1. This half is coming to a close. We haven't seen any ops, basically only rifles and SMGs.
Yeah, and I guess NSN, that's just what they like to play. They don't wanna op here. Aggressive push up into tunnel.
One more. Will they find it? No, they don't.
Oh!
John Valorant with the judge finding Frankulus, but he does immediately get traded out by Melancholy.
Jet here on site, taking a little bit of site control, looking out on top of this box. Blind goes out, gonna catch a few. They know they're there. Omen TP's in as well. This site is taken right now by NSN. Melancholy gonna get a pick as well. 4 versus 2 situation. Cleep and Ghosty Boy have to find a way to push on point. Ghosty Boy on the flank, potentially gonna catch the enemy Cypher.
No, he doesn't. Gamma gets the wall bang headshot. That's impressive.
Boom. And that's a good situation for NSN. They are happy to catch Ghosty Boy in tunnel. 9-1 for NSN.
We could be looking at 10, 11 to 1 on this half.
Yeah, this is potentially a massacre of NSN just
Last
putting
player
in the
standing.
work, showing how strong of a team they are here in this Viking Cup Invitational. A very aggressive push there by the defending team into tunnel, but I mean, they had the numbers. You know, there was very little risk.
I want to point this out. Gamma had his wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
Ooh.
So he's playing like this with active injury.
Wow. Okay. I would not want to be here if I just got my wisdom teeth pulled. How many did he get pulled?
I think all of them.
Ooh, that is a lot. Valorant, or so John Valorant gonna take out that the ult from the Phoenix and Melancholy, and Ridicule now getting a pick 3v5 situation.
I know
and
exactly
NSN very
where you
wisely just rotate off. They're gonna see that everybody's on C or B, and A is free.
Yeah, they're gonna run real fast onto A here, just get the spike down and set it for post plant. 2 people sewer, 2 people main. Gonna probably plant default, and yep, planting default. 2 people pushing CT. Probably gonna catch him
Spike
out in the
planted.
spawn as well.
Yeah, they're gonna play an aggressive defense here. Push out into CT, catch anybody running from B or from spawn. Flash is gonna catch out Swag,
Last player
also gonna
standing.
catch out Cleep, and last but not least
Flawless.
is Ghosty Boy. Flawless round and a 3K from Frank.
Clean gunplay.
What is a Frankulous John?
Frankulous John, I'm not sure. But in Overwatch, he goes by Frankbot, but I think the original is Frankulous John.
Gotcha. So good 3K at the end there by Frankulous John. Last round before the swap. Will this be an 11-1?
We do
I'm hoping
see
we see
an
a 10.
op.
Oh, there's the op. Op in chat.
Op on C long. That's really where it's supposed to be 2 ops.
There's 2 ops.
They're gonna cycle ops.
Ah.
Camera taken out.
So it looks like this is a C push. That's what we expect to see when we're playing with the op. Blind goes out, smokes go out. Time to take site control. Cypher, the only player on C for FNS.
Yeah, Ridicule taking down Graggy mid. One
Spike
person
planted.
window does Cleep does take down Ridicule. Will Frankulous find it? Yes, he does. Does he know someone's on his left? Takes down Omen. Will he get one? Yes, he does.
Swag needed to come out sooner. He could have gotten that pick and saved his buddy.
Last player standing.
Yep, there we go. Attackers will win. The half is so strongly in favor of
Switching
NSN.
sides.
Yeah.
So, so something worth mentioning about the map ban process is that when your team is allowed to pick the map, the other team picks the starting side. So I would assume that FNS is the team picking Haven, and that's such a strong position to be in for the other team because they pick attack. And like we said, this map is so heavily attacker sided. You give the other team a huge advantage there in this game when you pick Haven. I want to know if Flint and Steel are going to pick Haven in their next games. I'm hoping to see a Pearl, and I know you are too.
I've been begging for a Pearl. Pearl's one of my favorite maps in this game, and I'd love to, hopefully, I mean, at least see it in one of these games, but maybe finals as well.
We are Pearl boys up here in the caster studio, but we are now swapping sides. We see FNS on the attack, and look how aggressively NSN are playing. Melancholy with the opening pick in spawn outside of garage, but C is open. FNS are going to plant, but not necessarily in a spot that's going to be easily defensible.
Jets
by
on the flank as well did take down Cleep and Ghosty Boy, getting 2 on the flank, one coming up from spawn, one a garage, and it's over. Frankulous John takes out John Valorant, and that's 12-1.
12-1 here. Diffuse going down. Gamma gonna grab it. That's a really good ult there on Clove. Have we seen I don't think we've seen a Cloval, unless we missed it.
I don't think we have. He could have popped it last round, but he didn't.
Match
but
point.
it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I don't think it really mattered here. Daddy Graggy here lurking a little bit, gets caught out by Melancholy really early on to open up that round, and this is potentially the last round of the game. That is 5 unanswered rounds.
Could have been a flawless game, but they did drop one near the middle of the match. This is rough too, since it's right after Pistol. They're on eco.
I will find you.
Yeah, so it sucks to play the last round at a disadvantage, but hey, that's what you gotta do, so FNS just has to buy out 2 pigs!
Spike down.
Check
mid.
if the wall pick headshot onto Ghosty Boy. 1v5. Can he get a pick? No, he doesn't. 13-1.
Defenders win.
SN takes the game.
I didn't expect it to end that quickly.
That was a fast game.
Was that a 15-second round?
Something like that. That was impressive.
That was crazy. What a quick round there, and a win by Never Say Nether, meaning that they are going to move on to finals here. They will be the last, or not, they will be the first team, I should say, in finals, while we see Flint and Steel moving down to losers.
And I mean, we knew this. We knew NSN was strong coming into this game. Both of the teams did play well. It's just, I think it's partly just that mechanical skill.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's very clear that this team is mechanically skilled. Never Say Nether has already pulled off 13-0 sweeps in this tournament. It is clear that they are strong, and they didn't pull off a 13-0 this game, but a 13-1, I mean, almost the same thing.
Almost the same, but it really does show the games are getting a little bit tougher.
These games are getting very spicy. Now, this means our next game we're going to watch is actually in the losers bracket. When we come back, we'll have that information from you about that bracket. We'll probably see Flint and Steel again here against whatever team is moving up through losers.
I don't know if loser bracket has already closed or what's happening, but we might see him next game.
Yeah, we might see them next game, but we're going to go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll let you know what's going on. Don't leave chat.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Flash out!
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing. Seconds left. Last player standing.
Die.
One enemy remaining.
Not ready yet.
Last player standing.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Time to hunt. They're concussed. Hawk out. Blinded. Be faster. Ugh.
Flash out! Right there.
10 seconds left.
Flash!
Last player standing.
Powerless!
Your duty is not over.
Put down. Flash. Come on, let's go.
One enemy remaining.
Cancel.
Cage triggered. Slammer.
Got it. Freak.
Last player standing. Spike.
Ultimate ready.
Healing over here. Found one.
Let go.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Begins.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Stealing sight. Kill their scout.
Cutting their vision. Good done.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing. In sight. Planted.
My ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Three.
Not one left. No go
Duty is not over. Get out of my
Right there.
Get out of my way.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Kill. Back off.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
One enemy
good.
remaining.
Enemy kill. Duck. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Planted.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Lost in sight.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Looks like I. Too slow.
One enemy remaining.
Healer down.
Last player. remaining.
My
Cage triggered.
Cover going out.
Last player stand. Last player standing.
Are removed.
grenade. Satchel out.
Spike planted. Player standing. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Get out of here. Satchel out.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Flash out!
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing. Seconds left. Last player standing.
Die.
One enemy remaining.
Dust. Not ready yet.
Last player standing.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Time to hunt. They're concussed. Hawk out. Blinded. Be faster.
Flash out! Right there.
10 seconds left.
Flash!
Last player standing.
Powerless! Blinding! Dead.
Standing.
Gone. Flash out! Got you.
Your duty is not over.
Put down. Flash! Come on, let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Cancel.
Cage triggered. Emma.
Freak.
Last player standing. Spike.
Ultimate threat.
Healing over here. Found one.
Let go.
Nailed them. Nailed them.
The hunt begins.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Stealing sight. Kill this count.
Cutting their vision. We're done.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing.
Stealing sight.
Planted.
My ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Three.
Not one left. No go day. So put.
Your duty is not over. Get out of my...
Right there.
Get out of my way.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Kill. Back off.
One enemy remaining.
Toaster.
I'm out of here.
One enemy
We're good.
remaining.
Enemy kill. Duck. Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Lost in sight.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Looks like I. Too slow.
Grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
Healer down.
Last player. One enemy remaining.
My ult.
Cage trigger.
Hey folks, we are back for losers finals here of the Viking Cup here for KSEL. I'm Ben, joined by Hunter. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, and you know why I'm doing well?
Why are you doing well?
We have a Pearl game on our hands.
Woo! Pearl! We've seen Ascent, and then Haven, and then Haven again.
Yeah.
Pearl. So what's your deal with Pearl?
I love Pearl. It looks so beautiful.
It is a nice looking map.
Such a nice looking map.
I want to say it is a different looking map. I think some of the early maps that Riot put out are very same looking, even though they're different. They're differently themed. They feel like, oh, it's buildings and houses and like downtown or something. But Pearl feels very unique. But what's not necessarily unique is that we're seeing Flint and Steel for the 4th time again. And that's not us, throwing shade, talking trash on Flint and Steel. They're in losers finals. This is a good team, but this is the first time we are seeing the Chicken Jockeys.
Chicken Jockey.
Chicken Jockey.
Yeah, Chicken Jockey's a strong team.
Yeah.
Seeing off stream here, looking at some of their gameplay, I think they 13-1 to their last game.
They 13-1 their last game, all right. And they were actually playing on Lotus, which is a bummer we missed that. You know, another interesting map. But Pearl is a 2-site map. So we've seen Haven twice. That was a 3-site map. Pearl is a 2-site. However, Pearl is a longer map.
Yeah, shotguns aren't going to work very well here.
No
Unless
shotguns.
maybe you're playing for Waterfall or something, which you shouldn't be most of the time. It's going to be a lot of rifles and snipers.
Yeah, it is a weird map to play Bucky or Judge. I suppose if you really camped out certain parts of the map, you could, but it's just, that feels inefficient.
Yeah.
You should be buying a Bulldog or buying a Spectre or buying some other rifle.
A Marshall would work as well, especially B, I think. B for eco rounds, really good for the Marshall.
I have to agree. So this is losers finals. So both of the teams we're about to watch, Chicken Jockeys and Flint and Steel, they have both lost a game. And if I'm correct, they've actually both lost to Never Say Never.
Never Say Never is a very dominant team.
And they're in grand finals, so whichever team wins this match will go play in a rematch for both of them. They will both play Never Say Never. Who is going to win this? Let's check out this agent select.
Zwag back on the Jet. We've seen him on Jet all day long. Though we do see John Valorant hovering the Neon. We've seen him on Cypher and Breach today, so a duelist would be a nice change of pace.
Yeah, I think so too, although we did see Daddy Graggy play a really good game in Neon 2 maps ago. I would love to see Daddy Graggy go Neon again. Oh, but maybe Phoenix is the move.
Hovering 3 duelists is a little irregular. I know for Chicken Jockeys, they do have a good Jet player, and I think maybe they have a really strong Jet player, and I believe their Astra is good too.
I like seeing Sage on this map. I think Wall is really useful in blocking off a lot of these hallways or a lot of these important choke points on this map. I also like seeing Astra. Astra is a very strong controller player, although I guess Clove is also very strong. I spoke too soon.
Clove is the dueliest of the controllers. Having that self-heal and the self-res really allows them to really take fights.
Yeah, this is a really aggressive lineup, and they're playing attackers. So yeah, Clove, very aggressive smoker, Breach, very aggressive initiator, and then Reyna and Jet. That is an aggressive lineup from the Chicken Jockeys, who are going to be attacking first. Flint and Steel they are usually defending first.
They do typically defend first.
And I think that's a comfort thing. I think a lot of teams like being in that situation where they defend first. There's a lot less variance.
It lets you set the tempo really well.
Exactly. I think that's the perfect way to put it. You get to set the tempo pretty strongly. So we're about to get into this game. Once again, this is losers finals. So the team that loses this is done for the day.
And talking on that Sage, being able to use that, so they are on attack, but we do have a Sage on both teams. Say Cleep wanted to wall off B, you can deny the entire point with one wall.
That's good. That's if you're a Cleep, that's what you like to see. So here's our push. It looks like we're gonna go for a B push right off the rip. And I think that's fun. This long, dramatic hallway here with the pillar in the middle is fun to run down. All right, so Aftershock goes down, getting a little bit of space for Chicken Jockeys to move in.
Ghosty's playing on screen. Does get Aftershock, though, has to leave.
And this Viper wall goes down. Viper is a character to talk about. Very defensively minded character.
Yeah, Riot doesn't like her very much, though. Just nothing but nerfs.
And she used to, well, you know, back in the day, she was all anybody played. Viper was like required on every lineup. So I get where they're coming from, but, you know, still a bummer. Viper's a cool character.
I like Viper. We do see Jet here getting aggressive with the revolver. Does get a pick, but gets immediately taken out by John Valorant.
John Valorant now with that sheriff and trying to defuse, but Reyna gonna get the pick. That's a scary place to defuse with the wall in the way. Zweig gonna get a pick here, jumping on top of the wall, playing so aggressively. Daddy Braggy as well. 3v2, 3v1, 2v1. They're defusing. You gotta push. Too little, too late.
Good defense here from FNS.
So FNS up one game, and that means they get to buy some Spectres and Marshals and goodies.
Yeah, running the Marshall is good on both of these points just because the chokes are so they're so wide. There's nothing to play on, but especially B. Running a Marshall on B is very strong because it's so wide and open. There's only one pillar in the center, and it doesn't provide much cover when you're trying to push.
Yeah, so look at that. John Valorant faking it out, but the wall goes down, and he gets bopped by that Reyna. I appreciate the play. You know, you fake the spike to add a little bit of urgency to that team who's trying to stop the defuse, but Reyna was in position to get you.
I mean, pros don't fake, though. So.
Pros do not fake. You heard it here, folks. So another push down B long. It looks like they're on B side. Do they plant in the same place? Do they use that little wall tech again here?
Yeah, well, planting default's pretty, default, but they could go to try to plant on the opposite box, which would be a little easier to defend for.
Yeah, interesting idea. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like that plan isn't just about the same spot with just about the same wall. A little bit deeper into sight, it looks like.
Yeah, Breach was pushed up, though, on long, able to take out somebody before they could get onto site.
Now we see that just fighting from heaven there, trying to get some picks here. Zweig not quite going to get one, but Ghosty Boy going to follow. Aftershock going to slow down this Viper a little bit. Cleep with the Sheriff, trying to grab some picks here. Ghosty Boy with another. Pushing up to defuse. Ghosty Boy going to stick it. Pros don't fake. Cleep trying to hold it down. Ooh!
Oh, he got off of the spike. It looks like he's gonna get the defuse though. Clove unable to get the pick before he's able to defuse, but he does fall to Zweig with the ghost.
Yeah, I don't know why he got off spike there. You know, he had it set up, and that was milliseconds away from Clove stopping that defuse. Flint and Steel taking round 2.
Yeah, looks like Chicken Jockey is leaning towards A this time, but this is kind of foreseen. We see Killjoy setting up point with the alarm bot and the mollies. 5 players rush down A main. Could be a little rough. We might see a rotate back, though. Typically, you want to see somebody pushing up Art.
So here's the push. Yeah, just going to go all the way through, and I agree. Pushing up through Art would have been good. Maybe it would have given the game away a little bit, but, nobody on FNS is really watching mid. I think pushing through Art 2 would have been the safe move. Now with Daddy Graggy, it looks like they know that there's an A push going on, but they're not pushing onto site.
Yeah, a good pick from the turret onto Reyna. She was already low health. 4 people standing main. Big conk coming up from Daddy Graggy. Will he be able to get somebody? No. They look like they're backing up. They might rotate back towards mid or maybe even a full B push.
And yeah, they're just playing so hesitantly, and yep, time to rotate back. Now we have Sage in mid. I really like that there's a little bit of mid control from FNS. They need that, or Chicken Jockey just goes wherever they want. Someone, Reyna or Sage or somebody.
Fake rotate and a little bit of an overflick from Daddy Grady.
Yeah. John Valorant here fighting on A site. Looks like we're going back A. Good flash. You're gonna catch out 1017. Sanguine.
Oh, it's ready.
Sanguine, or we can just call him Breach.
Yeah.
Either way, he gets taken out here pretty easily. 2v3 situation. Chicken Jockey going to throw up a wall here, try to help this push onto site. Sage with the spike has to plant pretty soon, but Zweig plays so
standing.
aggressively in this smoke.
One person left. Clove does fall. Ghosty Boy gets 2.
Nice work, Ghosty Boy. This is a 3-0 situation for FNS. They are in a strong
That's
position.
the one by G.
It looks like we have a bit of a revert back to B here. Not a lot of luck on A, so probably trying to push it with B since they were actually able to get the spike down easier. But we have a 2-2-1-2 setup? 2-2-1. Looks like we have 2 players holding both Art and Double Door. 2 players on B to stop the push. That Viper Killjoy is such a good comp to shut down a site because you have double Molly, Alarm Bot, and the Viper Wall.
I'd really like to see FNS play more aggressively in mid, but I mean, I guess they don't have to when Chicken Jockey pushes in like this, full sends it down one site.
I think a B split would be really beneficial for Chicken Jockey, but it doesn't seem like they're going for it.
We are now on site here. And the wall goes. Oh, the Viper wall goes down. Excuse me. Time to plant.
Yeah. Killjoy's holding halls, but he does get him.
That's
Spike down, B.
My Swag, and that's the Clove is gonna get a res. Oh, almost gets caught.
One
for that
enemy
too.
remaining.
Swag is on fire right now.
Unable to take the jet out on Heaven, but he does get a couple picks. That's good for him.
Yeah, great plays there by Swag. Hiding in that corner was really risky, but clearly very rewarding. That is 1 point on the board for Chicken Jockey.
Yeah, 3-1 isn't a bad start. It's still anyone's game. It's not like it's over already.
Yeah, certainly not. We're still so early in this game. And we do see Chicken Jockey is still in a rough eco position. So they don't have any rifles. They have a Bucky, and I saw a Sheriff as well. FNS, on the other hand, their economy is just fine. They have rifles once again.
And like we were saying, we do seem to have it looks like we have an A split here. 3 players going up mid. That's a little peculiar.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Mid push here is going to get walled off. Yoru is ulting in the back line, getting all this information back to FNS, it looks like. Oh, yeah, no, he's not ulting. He's just lurking really heavily.
Really fast push up behind him.
Yeah, so interesting. But he TP's out, no longer there. It is time for Chicken Jockey to figure out where they're going to push. They're right next to A, but the util is slowing them down so much.
5-man art push is rough. They're being surrounded on all sides right now.
Yeah, Chicken Jockey favors this 5-man push, and hey, that's fine, but like I don't think Pearl's the map for that.
No, it's a lot better to be able to split your angles with us going an A or B split, just to have more of those angles covered instead of trying to cram through one choke point.
That's absolutely true. John VALORANT getting the opening pick with the classic. Killjoy ult gonna go down. You gotta get out of there. You are gonna get detained.
So Zweig getting two players trying to push through main with John VALORANT falling to D-Dog. D-Grady getting the immediate trade, but Jet immediately trading again.
And Cleep there to seal the deal. That is another round win for FNS. So going into this next round, the econ is so rough for Chicken Jockey. Like they get to buy one round and then save the next round and maybe buy the round after. Like this is just a bad place for Chicken Jockey to be in. How do you change up your gameplay to start coming back in this game for Chicken Jockey?
I mean, number one, you got to reset your mental, realize that it's not over already. We do have a technical timeout. Looks like there's some sort of difficulties. We will be back in a second, though. You asked what you want to see from Chicken Jockey to try to fix this game up. I'd recommend stop 5-man pushing. I'd say probably B split. We do see 2 players standing B main right now. I'd say shove 1 or 2 players up mid. Maybe the Reyna. Put the Reyna mid on a split towards B with probably a rifle or 2 rifles and a sniper on B main, and I think it'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, and I want to go back to what you said about the mental. I think that's a really interesting point. You are a very accomplished Overwatch player here at West High. You've competed quite a bit. How important is that mental game in a competitive situation like this?
The mental is everything, Ben. Without it, you're going to lose, hands down. If you think you're going to lose, you will. You have to play like you're going to win.
Would you say the mental is the most important thing?
Arguably, yeah. Because you could be the most skilled player in the world, but if your mental's bad, if you can't handle losing a single round, you're not going to be able to win because you're going to be playing against players who are calm, who are collected, and who are going to be able to pick it up when you don't.
So going back into this game, we see once again Chicken Jockey's running it down here, and this is just such a risky thing. The wall is going to be used to get a res. It looks like using the res on the eco round just doesn't provide a lot of value here. You know, another player with a sheriff, I would save it for another player who had a vandal. And by the way, Cleep and his vandal are grabbing picks for his team. 2v5 situation here. Marshall's grabbed by Daddy Graggy.
One enemy remaining.
Chicken Jockey has one player left. Clove is about to get flanked by this Yoru, and I don't think she even realizes it.
Oh, she definitely does now, getting blind. But oh! Very nice flick from Loud onto John Valorant. He was whiffing that, but coming out of the flash to a dink is crazy.
Yeah, John Valorant just dropped the ball there. We thought that was his, but I mean, I guess he's probably not too mad because his team's up by 4 rounds.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those from John Valorant by this point.
So 5-0 situation, all rifles on the side of FNS. Chicken Jockey with rifles of their own. They gotta make something happen here. They are so far behind.
And again, a 5-man push onto A.
Yeah, this 5-man strategy isn't working. I mean, they have to adapt.
I want to see them push probably Reyna out Art. I want to see Reyna go up Art with Jet going main. You could send another player with the Reyna, but even if it's just one, it adds so much more to the round.
Gotta go.
So we do actually see Reyna lurking here in mid, and I really like that, but the other 4 are like looking at A, being slowed down by the Sage utility. Sage just locks down A so strongly. Her util is so oppressive when you're trying to push onto A, and we can see that here with, you know, Chicken Jockey dead in their tracks. Clearly they're coming. What do we do? What do we do?
Another thing though is we haven't been seeing a lot of initiation from Chicken Jockey when it comes to the flashes. There hasn't been a lot of that util put towards entering the site, so it makes it a little harder.
Neon on the flank here. Daddy Graggy looking to get some value. Going to drop the Neon ult. That laser beam looking for some picks. And look out, Chicken Jockey rotate out. They know they are caught in a snare. They are trapped. Wall going down. Spamming that lightning beam out. Not going to grab any picks. Reyna moving up from A.
Getting a nice pick onto him as well. Able to remove that flanker and cramming both that Chicken Jockey into the main. 2 bullets coming out very clean from Daddy Grady. Being able to come up on the flank like that and create that pressure behind them really puts in a sense of panic.
Wonderful 4K there from Daddy Graggy.
I'm out of here.
So we'll check this out really quick. Yeah, so Daddy Graggy fighting in the back. Not going to let that Reyna flank her. And then going to push into the rest of the team.
Another thing is when you cram 5 on one choke like that, you leave yourself open to getting pinched because we saw Daddy Graggy come up behind them. They couldn't leave, especially with the Neon ult. If they pushed, they were going to get their head ripped off.
Yeah, this is just Chicken Jockey are losing momentum. FNS clearly are feeling themselves. You know, they are more than comfortable just running around the back and flanking because they know that mid is kind of wide open. They don't really have players watching mid very much, although now they do.
They do, and that's good. We also see for the speed push, Breach has his ult. And Loud is unable to get the Neon. That is unfortunate with Zwag finding the Jet. If he got that Neon, it would have equalized the game, but he is still 1 health.
Yeah, that would have been so big.
He did get healed, actually.
Yeah, having Sage on the team means that there was, you know, I guess he lost the shield, but that's not much.
Yeah. A very slow push from Chicken Jockey. They're kind of just sitting on main. I want to see the Breach ult come out.
Yeah, I get the idea that Chicken Jockey has a lot of decision paralysis here. They're probably talking in comms like, do we go A? Is someone flanking? Do we go through mid? And they're just not sure what they want to do. Leaving 2 on B, I kind of like this while we rotate, but I don't like it when John Valorant can go get the spike, and the spike is trapped back in spawn. What do you do here if you're Chicken Jockey?
Last player
Loud gets his redemption onto the Neon, looking to battle the Yoru right here.
30 seconds left.
So overheal up for Loud, that's good, but fully flashed John Valorant.
Backs up very well, puts up the clone, does get shot. He's looking to get aggressive right now. Flash comes out, doesn't hit Loud. He's pinched on 2 angles now. He's going to get taken down. Actually, never mind. Gets 1, gets 2. John Valorant with the 3K.
What a clutch there by John Valorant. That looked like it was going in Chicken Jockey's in their favor there for a second. So check this out. Dog goes up, trying to get a nice flank, gonna drop the spike here. John Valorant gets this initial pick, and then John Valorant just plays here in mid so beautifully, right?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. Loud getting his redemption on the Neon and looking to fight that Yoru. Does get flashed and backs up beautifully, but even with the support of his teammate, he's unable to take him down.
Yeah, great play by John Valorant there. 7-1 in favor of FNS.
Here.
Time to push through mid. I like that we're switching things up from Chicken Jockey. I like that we're seeing a different strategy.
But it's still a 4-man push. We are forcing 4 people down 1 choke, which is better than 5, but
I'm outta here.
even then, we're still getting crammed because we have 1 person on site, 1 person spawn, and 1 person is holding for art now. We also have Yoru in the flank, so he can go main and trap him very easily.
And Reyna's there, and Reyna gets the pick, but the rest of the team is here on A, trying to make something happen. 3v3 situation. Spike is down and not planted. Sage is hunting for FNS players.
Zwag is camping in secret, hoping to find somebody cut out with Sage planning default.
Spike planted.
Spike is down. Zwag might be able to get Sage. No, he doesn't. D-Dog finds him.
And it is all up to Ghosty Boy on this Viper. Can they clutch out a 3v1? The angle here is in favor of this breach. You better check your corners, Ghosty Boy.
Swing close left. Can he get it? No, he doesn't. Breach is able to one-tap Ghosty.
Great work there from Chicken Jockeys, getting themselves a point. You said it last time. I'll say it this time. This is a 9-3 situation.
We could say it.
We could see it here as we see John Valorant here playing through mid, dead with that awesome clutch there a round or 2 ago. Daddy Graggy gonna run up, but this time, when John Valorant the next round played through mid, did not work out. Reyna was able to catch him, did not get fooled by the clone.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you play in one spot too often. This is the 2nd or 3rd time Yoru sat right there in mid, so they're getting kind of used to it.
Here.
So Aftershock goes down.
Could see the breach ult this round as well. He looks to be holding him, but right now it wouldn't be very beneficial. If he put it onto site, he could only get 1.
Yeah, no, well, he rips it anyway just to get his team on site. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Got to secure that plant.
Does force everybody off a point, putting a 1 secret.
Spike planted.
Spike's now down. 3v4 situation, 3v3 as Cleep grabs a pick. Loud gonna grab Daddy Graggy.
Removed.
Cleep here gonna grab 1, grab 2, 1v1 situation when it was a 1v3. Cleep's gotta move in though. Cleep's gotta do something here if they want the defuse.
1v1, holding for art. Does he know?
Those who know.
Cleep has had lots of good clutches today. Will he get this one? Yes, he does!
Crazy Rez! I would have halved that.
You should have. Yeah, he should be halving the spike right now, and he does. He should be getting up. Yes, he does. Swing it. No! Loud gets the kill on Cleep and saves the round.
Great ult there by Loud. That Clove ult so strong coming back from the dead. Even when the rest of the team is down, you can still do it. So check out this replay here. John Valorant gonna try to peek out while Zweig is getting picks across the map. Fight's going back and forth, so this fight was in favor of Chicken Jockey the whole time. I mean, I thought the clutch was gonna happen for FNS, but Clove is good.
Yeah, Loud has been doing very good this game, getting picks fairly consistently. That was a great clutch though. Even though he lost his gun to the spike, it doesn't matter since they got the round.
So 7-3 situation, Chicken Jockey trying to claw their way back into this game. Moving through mid, I like to see this. John Valorant gonna check out that hallway and knows that there's a few players there, so there's gonna be a firefight in that hallway.
Careful.
While the rest of the team moves into mid. What an interesting play.
This is the first time we've seen him push up towards Waterfall.
Great trigger discipline, not shooting at the clear Yoru clone, but the flash is gonna get the pick there for John Valorant.
Loud unable to turn the flash in time, and with John Valorant able to get the pick very early. Looking to be committing onto B, it looks like. Only 1 person holding heaven. He won't be able to find the pick. Looking to plant in the open.
Out in the open. Nice. Great game awareness knowing that they have the ability to do that and nobody's gonna try to threaten them.
And fighting for heaven. Does get the final pick. Very good gameplay coming from Chicken Jockey. A little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, Chicken Jockey is bringing it back. They're feeling themselves now. Something. The mental's coming back.
Yeah. They've locked in. They've said, you know what? No, we won't lose. and it's working out for them. Up from 7-1 to 7-4. That's not bad losing terms.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row unanswered by Chicken Jockey is impressive given how far behind they were. The eco was low, but now the mental is high, and so is the eco. We can get some rifles now on Chicken Jockey. FNS, on the other hand, I think they have rifles this round, but they're in a lot of danger if they lose this.
This is the last round of the half. If Chicken Jockey can pick up this round, they'll only be down 2 at the swap, and that's not bad. That's very winnable for them.
So Viper Wall goes down. We're going to see these teams firefight through the smoke. Jet playing so aggressively here, but going to get caught out. Daddy Graggy was in position for that one with the Odin in hallway.
A little bit too risky of a play to immediately dash for heaven. Probably should have cleared some angles first. Daddy Grady holding for back hall, waiting for anybody to push him with the Odin, but there's 2 holding long.
These teams ready to push out. So there we go. Chicken Jockey a little bit more on B. Daddy Graggy again denying.
And the default plan is denied. Graggy picks up a Phantom, and FNS is up 5-1.
Breach, where you at?
Breach is playing slow. I'm guessing he's just playing for a pick here. He has 40 seconds and it's the last round of the half. There's not much you could do since the spike's not down or anything.
Yeah, just like we're just using util to use util. That's right. Anyway, Killjoy ult goes down, and the Yoru clone gets. I feel like he pretty sure that was a Yoru clone, but shot him.
Coming up behind him though with the Neon ult. Will he find it on him? No, he doesn't. Great pill from Breach onto the Neon, looking to just hold in halls.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
I don't know why Daddy Graggy used the ult there. Because it was the last round.
It is the last round.
That's right. My bad. My
looking
bad.
to just get a little aggressive. He's just saving KD at this point though.
Yeah, gotta pad those stats. But hey, that's fine. That's 8-4. I mean, this looked like it was going to be a lot more lopsided earlier on in this game. But for Chicken Jockey, I think ending this round, this half 8-4 is not bad for them.
No, it's not. 4 rounds, it could have been 2. 4 is, it's not great, it's not horrible. I've seen worse games with still a good comeback.
So moving forward here, now we have the sides swapped. We're going to see Chicken Jockey on defense, Flint and Steel on attack.
Flint and Steel.
So I'm excited to see how FNS push this in regards to how Chicken Jockey pushed. Chicken Jockey, they were 5-man run it down. Do we see that from FNS? On the pistol round, probably the same, sure. But when we get to rifles, I'm very curious to know how FNS are going to handle it.
And I mean, next round, I'm thinking if FNS picks this round up, I'm thinking we're gonna go B though, because they'll be able to buy Marshals, be able to buy the Spectres, and be able to take those longer sight lines.
Pushing onto site, great initial pick there by Ghosty Boy.
Yeah, up 1 already, and already getting the spike down. That's good. That's good this early into the round. John Valorant fighting for art with Ghosty Boy finding another one on Garden.
Yeah, so both these teams just looking for each other to pop out so they can get a quick pick.
Imposter kill.
Grady just holding on default, looking for someone who wants to push site. Reyna holding back site. Finds the Neon, gets the pick. One, he needs to defuse. Last players are actually no. They're playing counter with the mollies. Playing for art, gonna get swung here in a second. Second molly, it's a little rough to try to play post against the KJ.
Yeah, well played by KJ there, using the mollies to slow down the defuse without having to risk it. Yep, and both players die. That's what you got to do, so you get a little bit more money.
Very good game sense from Zweig, not wanting to take the attack there, just holding until he taps the spike.
Yeah, so you can see this initial push is chaotic, and that's how it goes on these pistol rounds. You know, nobody knows where anything is. You have to peek out to help your teammates because the classic doesn't do a whole lot of damage, neither does the ghost.
Anyway, I'm willing to bet we're gonna see a B here.
I believe it with the better guns. It is nice to push down B when you got Marshals.
Gotta go.
And you called it. This is a B push.
Looks like we have John Valorant going up mid with double duelist on mid with a Sage pushing. Will they see it? They see it. No, he does. Daddy Braggy reacting so slowly, but it doesn't matter. They find an early pick on mid. They are leaving B as well. They're gonna rotate back towards A.
What an interesting play. That seemed like they were going to push B so strongly, but hey, they're going to rotate around. We see Jet is waiting here. Oh, you got to check your corners, Daddy Graggy.
Yeah, equalizing the playing field very nicely.
But that's interesting. It looks like the chicken jockeys are a little bit frazzled here. They don't know what side's being pushed, although they have decided to go push towards A, and we see John VALORANT on the flank now. This could be devastating if it doesn't get caught.
Yeah. Marshall watching CT, this could get a pick very easily.
Is Reyna gonna see? I think Reyna is aware that a Yoru is back here. Great pick though.
Very nice flank, does get traded out by the Reyna. It is 3-2 with in Chicken Jockey's favor. And we have 30 seconds left without the spike being down. They probably should have committed to B at this point.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think B was the move
30
here. I
seconds
understand why they rotated, but that was just so much time. I would have just let John VALORANT get his picks on site and then, you know, plant B.
Yeah. B wasn't very heavily stacked either. Anyways, wide swinging, fighting for arcs. Can he get jet back? Yes, he can. 1v1, spike down. He needs to plant. Plant default.
10 seconds
Yep.
left.
There he goes. He's planting default. He might get aftershocked. I don't know what util is left.
Spike planted.
Yeah, not much. Okay, we have some mollies down, and that's really good, although he's putting them out pretty obviously, so Breach can break those mollies. I would have maybe lobbed those around the corner so he didn't see it, but Zweig...
Oh, timing! Swapped his gun.
Yeah, that was risky. Mollies aren't up for Zweig.
Oh, very nice flick from Zweig.
What a great flick. Yeah, this was amazing. Zweig just gonna get that quick little pick, win the round for their team that they almost lost on the bye round, but hey, they won it, and they are 3 rounds away from going to grand finals.
Very even kill distribution, too, on FNS's side.
So we see here, here's that clunky mid play, but thankfully Daddy Graggy and John VALORANT don't go down. But Daddy Graggy, you gotta cover your corners, guys. You gotta turn around.
Graggy saw that Sage in mid and didn't react till they swung out. Saw the head peering out of the box and everything.
So moving up to B here, we see the majority of FNS going to B, peeking around the corner. It looks like Neon's gonna run in to open things up here. Be careful in that hallway. Check your corners, Graggy. What did we say? Come on.
John VALORANT playing A main, looking to try to create as much chaos as he can. He's just making noise to try to fake it out. But I do think that Chicken Jockey knows what's happening on B. With the plant going down, both of them leave A as they hear the spike goes down.
Have we seen a Viper ult?
We haven't.
We haven't. Yeah, I was gonna say.
We haven't seen a Viper ult, a Clove ult. I don't even know if
We saw a Clove ult.
We saw a Clove ult?
Yeah.
Oh, we did on the clutch, yeah.
Yes,
but
yes.
I don't think we've seen Jet either.
Yeah, Jet knives haven't really done anything. Wall goes up. Ghosty Boy gonna get the pick on D-Dog.
Oh, almost gets the spam onto the Jet. Jet 1 health. Does get healed though. Looks for a flash, creating chaos. Only one person left side side. Cleep is able to play post.
Yeah, Cleep, you gotta play this patiently, Loud. Defuse, I don't think Loud's got enough time. Oh!
Good post play from Cleep there.
Yeah, great play. Keeps his rifle, backs up, plays it patiently, knows that that D-Dog has to stick it.
A big problem with a lot of players, though, is not utilizing their ults. Well, it's not like Overwatch, where your ults are so important that they always change the flow of the fight. It really makes it a lot easier for you to take a site or hold it. Being too greedy with them is useless, because while you could be building another ult, you're just holding onto it without using it.
Yeah, it's a lot weirder to, hold that ult, losing a lot of value. Like you said, FNS 2 rounds away from a grand finals appearance here.
They'll get their rematch against NSS or NSN.
NSN, that's right. They will get that potential rematch, or can Chicken Jockey clutch this out and win? That would be 9 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a bit of a comeback there. They got like 3-4 rounds in a row sometime in the middle of the game.
They did, so we know they can do it. Yeah, they can do it, but they got to lock in. And this is not insurmountable, but man, it is hard to build up mental, man.
It is, especially when you're down so much. 11-4 is rough. You're sitting there, you're thinking, we can't win this. What are we gonna do? But it went. If you could break through that, it becomes a lot easier.
So initial push here, Viper Wall is pretty revealing. Viper Wall's such an interesting mental game because there are a lot of rounds where you Viper Wall to like throw off the team, but this very clearly indicated like, hey, this is an A push.
We also see Yoru or info coming out. Will he get the Sage? Yes, he does. Just immediately teleporting out. He might be able to find a rifle here soon too, or he could just rock with the Judge.
Playing in the smoke here, I like this from Reyna. Potentially gonna get a pick if they get greedy and push in. Reyna gets out. Reyna's the one who got greedy's wide, camping out that smoke beautifully, equalizing this game. It is time to rotate.
Clear your corners, folks. Clear your corners.
Yeah, man. That's been the story, or not the story, but that's been a big part of this game. Not clearing corners.
We also see a fast rotate B side. Just regular default plant with the Sage Wall, just planting in that corner. It's very good for playing for long post plant as well.
Clove is on site, but you know, the Sage Wall means that Loud does not see anything and has to wait for his two teammates to come back in to make a push here. That's valuable time.
Yeah. We also have John Valorant sitting back halls. It looks like he's gonna get the Jet. Will he get Clove? Yes, he does. One more player coming up on the flank. Will they realize it? Is he gonna clear his corners? No, he doesn't.
Clear your corners.
Bomb grenade out. My ultimate is ready.
Everybody in chat, tell these players to clear their corners. They need to start turning left and right. They're not playing controller. It's so easy to flick around the corner. Hey, nobody's there. Or hey, somebody's there. How about I left click? Clearly that's too much to ask though.
Zweig putting up 18 kills so far. That's really good.
Yeah, Zweig is killing it in this game, and John Valorant playing a mean game of Yoru as well, really playing the mind games that Yoru is scary for. Man, Loud just wasn't ready for that Judge at all.
No. This looks it's very much a career game for John.
So now we see the push here on A, potentially the last push of the game. Zweig getting a quick pick on the Jet.
John almost found the strafe onto the opponent that pushed up, but the wall is kind of useless.
Zweig gonna put down the turret to cover the flank. Reyna gonna get a pick onto John Valorant. 3v4 situation for in Chicken Jockey's favor.
Now's their time to push. D-Down gets a pick onto Ghosty Boy. The Outlaw from CT is strong. You get this very nice lineup, but the wall comes out unable to push up now.
Player standing.
Yeah, and we got one player left. Gleep not gonna be able to finish this one out. Chicken Jockey gets a point there for themselves. They are not out of this, but they are very close to being out.
Is this the comeback, Ben?
I believe in the comeback. I think that would be so hype.
Yeah, if we saw a reverse sweep, that would be ecstatic.
Yeah, that would be insane. Would love to see it, but with this being the potential last round, these teams just buy whatever they can. Is that that's a Marshall? Just kidding.
Yeah. Here's what I was talking about, the B split with 1 to 2 players going up mid. Actually, they seem to be back. No, they're rocking forward. Yoru and Neon very good for pushing up mid because they're so fast. One player holding double doors. Will they see it?
Yes, Yoru moving up. The clone gets shot. They know that Loud is there. Reyna gonna get a pick onto Cleep though. This is a good opening for Chicken Jockey.
Yeah, getting aggressive on the B long, just wanting to push him out. John falls in art. Will Daddy Granny find us? No, he doesn't. Immediately one tap by Jet. FNS is on the back foot here.
Not a great position to be in, being down so many, and Viper also has barely any HP. Yeah, this is almost a lost round, and if Chicken Jockey survives with 4 players with rifles, they are in a really good position moving forward.
In this position, I'd say FNS needs to play for picks. It's gonna be very hard to win the game, especially with the post plant setup that the breach ult and the Jet ult. It's kind of hard to be able to keep that post plant. So they should really just play for picks.
Yeah, they gotta play this more patient. I think they just want to move on to grand finals, but I mean, hey, you still gotta play patient. It'll happen.
1 round. They just
30
need 1
seconds
round.
left.
They need that 1 round. Is it gonna happen? 30 seconds left. Looks like the plant is going towards B.
Zweig might push Waterfall here.
Yeah, what an interesting way to move here. Oh, sorry. It's Viper that has the spike. Okay, I guess we're just saving guns.
10
We are
seconds left.
saving. Zweig is pushing water. Might find Reyna. Depends.
That would be pretty big. Yeah, Zweig not going to find anybody here at the end of this game. 4 rifles for Chicken Jockey going into the next round.
Very close timing, though. Reyna ran by right when Zweig was coming out of water. 12-6, 2 rounds in a row. This could spell something.
Oh, man, look at that econ for FNS.
Yeah, very good. We could see an op in this next round or two. Defense op on Pearl is very strong.
It's great. Play it down, be long.
Even A-long, you can hold from CT and get a cheeky pick if they don't play properly.
So let's see what happens here. Looks like we're getting a full send it B push. Reyna is pushed up though, waiting around the corner of this pillar.
Very strong breach ult, but there's nothing to follow up on it.
Yeah.
Typically you want to take, what's very strong is you have your jet dash right when you breach ult. Typically they find at least 2. It's one of my favorite combos to use in game.
I'm not sure what value was got off of that breach ult.
Nothing. He got to take space into the corner, but he's getting clear. Does find 1 for it though. They know he's there. Finds 2. Very clean gunplay. Down 2 now.
And that's Spike too. That's huge.
Spike is out in the open, and they don't have anything to retrieve without forcing out. John VALORANT is behind them, but they should know.
Yeah, John VALORANT is in the thick of it, and everybody knows.
But the problem is he does have a judge. He can't swing wide.
Yeah, they know him where it snows. He stayed in and is frozen in place. Although, oh, John VALORANT, no.
They're gonna turn him. They're gonna turn him.
John.
He finds 1 though.
That was.
It was rough for him because the Reyna was gonna hold corner. They probably would have seen him, but the knife is so disrespectful.
Yeah, that I was gonna say. I feel like there was a smarter way to play where you get a pick more quickly and set up a TP maybe, or you play behind that pillar so it's harder to be seen. He knows exactly where those players are. Not to mention, Reyna turns around. He shouldn't have given that Reyna time to turn around.
He should have probably pulled up the classic on that one. But what we definitely should have seen, indisputably, we should have seen Jet dash forward on that B push with the breach ult. That's such a strong combo since they're not able to do anything about the dash.
Absolutely agree. We see Chicken Jockey kind of holding across the map while FNS are going to try to push in A. Yoru ult is down, gathering information. Jet almost running into the Neon.
I'm wondering, is Yoru pinging the feet of people that are playing on point?
Interesting. Trades back and forth. Cleep with 2.
A wallbang headshot. That's impressive. One more pick coming from Art. That's 3. He's on for an ace. Can he get it? First Viper roll of the game. Does break OS. No. Ghosty Boy finds the kill on Jet.
And this is a 1v2. Can Breach do it for the team? If Breach can't sort this out, the game goes in favor of FNS. 1v2 into the Viper ult is 1v3. That's a res.
They're just using ults to confirm this last round. They don't want to keep pushing it. If they've already won 3-4 rounds in a row, if they can confirm this last one, it's game over. 1 more pick. Breach is doing very well here. 1v1. Can he find that last kill?
Don't peek while you got the decay, buddy. You gotta go defuse.
If he has it, it might be game. It might go his favor.
Yep, Cleep's got to push up. He's walking up. That's the half. Pros don't fake.
Oh, he could have gotten it if he held it. Can he get it? Yes, he does.
No way.
1 more kill.
Clutch.
It is 12-8.
What a clutch! A 1v3 clutch into a Viper ult.
That is damn well impressive.
Breach, I'm sure, is ecstatic right now. What a wonderful play here by this Breach. Oh my goodness, John VALORANT getting that important information here. So we're gonna, looks like we're hearing that there's a timeout, so we can talk a little bit about this game. We a little bit in jest talked about how hype a comeback would be. Hunter, we're in the midst of a comeback.
We are. We talked about it when it was 1 round, but we could be seeing an actual comeback here.
Yeah.
What the Sage really needs to do, she needs to jump peek that corner to see if he was sticking it.
I think you're right. Sage needed to play more aggressively on that spike, on the spike ping. Being able to half it was so big for that Breach. She needed to contest that halving.
Yeah, but just great gunplay coming out from the Breach too. He picked 2. He killed the Viper in her ult, by the way, where she has the advantage. It highlights your enemies in bright colors.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. So I don't know. Breach killed it there. I am excited for this comeback. Imagine Imagine Chicken Jockey bringing this back to a 12-12, taking this to overtime.
This is the closest game we've seen all day.
All day. This is so cool. And there was an overtime game somewhere else in this tournament, but I don't know if it was a comeback like this was a comeback.
I don't think it is. It was 12, what was it, 12-1, 12-2?
Something like that.
And we're up like 5-6 games in a row. The mental could be falling apart for FNS. Chicken Jockey could be on the upper hand right here.
Yeah, we talked about that mental earlier in this game. I would love to be in the headsets of these players and hear what's going on.
Yeah. D-Dog pushing up into mid, trying to find anyone. We do see Cheap pushing up towards where D-Dog is though. Actually, no, going double doors. Seeing one more. Loud just looking to get a pick onto the Neon. Swing into lane. No! Reyna finds Cleave.
And Daddy Graggy wants to fight it.
Can he get him? Yes, he does. He finds Loud, but immediately gets headshot by D-Dog. Poor TP by John VALORANT from the Reyna. Oh my, another headshot. This guy's going electric.
Yeah, Reyna is killing it right now. Is going to get flashed for their troubles. KJ, so deep, Zweig is behind enemy lines here. There's no value to be had here, though.
Just playing for picks. I mean, where's the spike at?
Where is the spike? It is B long right now.
Yeah, it's right in the center of Blong. There's no way he's going to be able to get it.
Yeah, Zweig is on an adventure around the whole map of Pearl. And I think, yeah, it looks like Reyna's a little bit wise to where Zweig might be. And now dropping down, they know for a fact. Yeah, comms are out.
30 seconds left.
He's stomping.
Back haul. Can he get a pick, though? This Reyna's been going nuclear. Oh, nope. Breach finds it with a swift headshot. It's 12-9.
That's insane. Breach is on fire right now. Yeah, great patient play here by Reyna just to get that last little pick there. 12-9. Chicken Jockeys have won 5 unanswered rounds when their opponents are at 12 wins. FNS has to be pulling their hair out right now.
It's a stressful situation. And such a poor TP from John VALORANT trying to find any aggression. But Reyna's just too strong. Finding 3 in the span of 5 seconds.
30
That's
seconds left.
so good for this Reyna. Also on fire along with this Breach. 3 more rounds to tie it up and go to overtime. FNS, they got a mental reset.
Another shotgun from Daddy Grady. That's not what I'd like to see. I'm going to be real.
Yep, I agree. I don't think that's what we need here. Pushing in with the bucket. I know it's Neon. I know she's got the Apex Legends sprint, but
yeah, we do see, I believe that's Breach holding back call, but we see them leaving B.
Loud gets John VALORANT. That lurk is unsuccessful. Time to rotate. Down a player. Chicken Jockey is up, and they are more than happy to be in this position. They're going to keep this like default defensive strategy going.
Yeah, and Chicken Jockey is still held towards B. There's only one person on A. Daddy Granny, can he find? No! Jet gets the headshot. 2 players running onto site. Jet is backing up, waiting for his team. That is smart. Doesn't overheat, just waits.
Plant time. That's good. That's a good plant.
Gets a wallbang. It's a 5v2. Gets a 5v1. It's a 4v2.
FNS falling apart at the seams. They were doing so well.
Breach? Can he find the Sage? Yes, he does. 4v1. 4v0. That's a 12-10 now.
Oh my goodness. This is happening. This is real life. Chicken Jockey. 6 unanswered rounds. FNS.
This is incredible.
I am speechless. What a comeback. This is exciting. 2 more wins for Chicken Jockey to bring this to a tiebreaker. This is absolutely massive.
Breach does play back call here with the Phantom. We can afford ops. I don't know why we haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, we have not yet seen an op, although maybe that would be a little cocky by either team, maybe.
I don't know. I don't feel like it is. I think the op is just so powerful for shutting down sight. Daddy Grady finding the Jet early. Can he get the plant off? Yes, he does. An early plant. Oh, actually gets denied. An early plant is good. It gets defense to try to. Oh my God.
This seems like the first advantage that FNS has had in a while. Although now it's pretty equalized.
Yeah, Daddy Grady holding secret. Is he getting cleared? Yes, he does. Reyna finds him immediately. 4v3. Can they get the defuse? Oh, wait, they're halving
The
it.
Molly's off.
They're gonna get it. Oh, wait, the KJ ult does deny it. It's half, though.
It's half. That's huge.
And they can't push the bait to get the KJ. They're gonna get the other half. It's 12-11. Oh my god!
If you're at home right now, you better be freaking out in the chat because
One more round and we have OT.
we're almost in OT on a game that was 12-5 or 12-4.
Something like that.
Jeez,
Chicken Jockey has said, I will not lose. I will win.
They are not going to like go out. I can't remember the poetic quote. They're not going to go out into this night. You help me here. We have any literature people in chat who can fill in the quote for me. Yeah, we are staring down the barrel of overtime unless FNS lock in.
I will not go quietly into this silent night.
Thank you. You got me there. You got me there. That's why you cast in duos, folks. This really hard gig to do on your own.
Already pushed up through water. That's crazy.
So John Valorant moving in solo with the spike.
That's rough. He shouldn't have spike. Getting picked early here is detrimental. Will he die? No, he doesn't. He gets out very, very by the skin of his teeth.
And he has a Spectre, by the way. Like, not what you want to push into sight with solo.
A little low on plants. He's planting early. This is dangerous.
Loud with 2 quick picks, and the spike is down. D-Dog gonna shoot the
secret. Can they get a KJ? Yes, they do. It's a 4v2.
Is this real life?
John Valorant, 1 health in the red. It's a 5v1. We have OT. We're gonna have OT here.
Yeah, just someone go stick the defuse because Ghosty Boy is not about to 5v1.
Oh my god. We have a reverse sweep.
I wish we had a camera in the players' room. I want to see what these players are up to. I'm sure they are freaking out right now. I'm sure it's loud in there.
You know their hearts are going.
They are.
Switching sides.
Oh my goodness, this is overtime. So if you're unfamiliar with overtime, everything's been equalized now. Every player has 4 ult points and 5,000 credits. So this game that FNS was literally 1 game away from for 8 rounds is now even. Completely even in every way. The lead that they built up means nothing.
It's a win by 2 as well. You need to be up 2 rounds to win the game.
Yeah, and frankly, FNS's mental is so low at this point. Like, I'm kind of expecting Chicken Jockey to keep the streak going.
It's anyone's game still. Maybe they're not a defense team.
Fair enough.
It's still even. It's not like Chicken Jockey has a crazy lead. It's just the mental lead right now.
So we're going to see Chicken Jockey push in through mid, something they didn't do a whole lot when they were on attack the first time, but I like to see it here.
We also see Yoru sitting screens. He does get shot out, though. They know he's there.
Yeah, and it looks like Chicken Jockey are just going to back up a little bit, figure out where they can go. They're going to run into all of KJ's util on A, which is unfortunate. I like seeing Sage make some noise here, distract FNS a little bit.
We also see Chicken Jockey rotating A side. We do see that KJ does know, but there's only one person actively there to deny.
Mollies are going to stop the push here. Slow is going to not really do much for Zwag. Loud is about to get caught out.
Ooh, but a poor spray from Zwag. They are getting the plant on default. He could get sprayed out, though.
Spike planted.
Spike's planted, but being down Reyna is a rough place to be for Chicken Jockey. Cleep ready to move in through, what do we call that, Nautilus?
I'm not sure.
Chicken Jockey, Fortitude down for the first time in 9 rounds. Wall is down, Yoru is in. Great pick here by Jet to equalize things, but
Jet does fall backside but the post plant hold from main is good. The KJ ult goes down. It really forces him to back up. When right before the ult goes down, he could half it. Right now, he needs to half.
Imagine if I died right now.
Area's clear.
yeah, not
Get
enough
up, get
time.
up, get up! Why are you sticking it? Loud takes out Zwag.
Yeah, I think the mental is making them make poor
Switching
choices.
sides.
They're making the wrong choices. He had to half it, stick up, get the kill, then get the rest of the defuse, but that didn't happen.
One more round and Chicken Jockey wins.
Chicky Jockey?
Jockey.
Chicky Jockey.
Chicken Jockey.
Man, this is just
One enemy
absolutely wild comeback by Chicken Jockey.
Player
This is a
standing.
mental comeback.
Yeah, that's why getting the ult there was huge, but not massive enough. I mean, it's almost like the meme's been dragged,
We do see a 5-man push mid.
5 push mid. I like this.
But we have people holding both sides. We could see a lot of contact here.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Chicken Jockey pinch in, that could be kind of cool, but I don't think that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
They're gonna
Reyna
play
basically takes 2. With the third come down from the Sage, does get traded out though by League. More loud. There's only one person left. Oh! Chicken Jockey with the
Defenders
reverse
win.
sweep. Chicken Jockey goes to the grand final.
We watched FNS for 4 games, 5
Yes.
games.
We've watched them for this is the 4th game now.
4th game, and then here is Chicken Jockey, the first time on stream here, down 8 rounds with a 10-round unanswered streak comeback to make it to grand finals against Never Say Never.
That was amazing.
That was absolutely insane, psychotic. And hey, by the way, we are going to go straight into grand finals, but we're going to keep talking about this phenomenal game here. Check out D-Dog playing so patiently, just going to grab Ghosty Boy. Reyna grabbing 2.
I'm out of here.
Cleep grabs 1, but it was,
Last
you know,
player
4 too
standing.
little.
It's so unfortunate. Flint and Steel is out of the race.
Flint and Steel, they are gone. They are donezo. I mean, chat.
It's a mental game. It's a mental game. When you lose those 3-4 games right after you're up 12, you're at 12 points, it feels impossible. And especially when it keeps going, like you said, 10 points in a row. When it gets to that point, your heart is racing. You can't aim straight.
You're just that twitchy, that energized.
Yeah. I will say, great gameplay from both teams. Both
Yes.
teams did phenomenally that game.
Yeah, that's without question. Both of these teams played excellently. They played some killer Valorant here, but it is Chicken Jockey who is deserving of the recognition of being a grand finalist, being in that grand finals, fighting for the first ever KSCL Valorant Championship title.
And they're having the rematch against NSN this game too.
That's right, rematching, because not only did NSN knock out Chicken Jockey, they knocked out FNS. So it's a rematch either way. So I know we said we were going straight into it, but I lied. We are actually going to take a short break while we get this lobby set up. Do not leave. I will call your mom and get mad at her if you leave chat right now.
This is going to be a great last game.
Don't leave. Howdy folks, welcome back here for the grand finals of the Viking Cup, KSCL's first ever Valorant event. I'm Ben, joined by Hunter. Hunter, what do we have in store here?
We have the rematch between NSN and Chicken Jockey.
Chicken Jockeys, we just watched them make a 10-game comeback streak. They were down 5-12, and they made it back to overtime and then won the next 2 rounds back to back. And here they are in grand finals.
Inspirational gameplay.
Absolutely.
Last match, I believe it was 13-6. So it wasn't a blowout.
Was certainly not a blowout, but phenomenal comeback. And now we see Never Say Nether, who we saw earlier. This was a dominant team, but in grand finals we have to make a note, things are a little bit different here. Because this is grand finals, we're going to be playing a best of 3 game, meaning we potentially see 3 maps.
We have the option to see 3 maps. We're starting on Pearl. Then we're going to go right to Lotus, and then if it's 1-1, we'll go to Icebox.
Yeah, that Icebox map we haven't seen all day. Same with Lotus. So we'll see Lotus. Maybe we'll see Icebox, but Pearl is first. We were just on Pearl last game as well.
I mean, Pearl is such a great map, though.
Pearl's a good map. I think there's a lot of fun things to happen on Pearl. It's well designed. We don't know which side is starting where, but we're gonna go into Agent Select now, see what these teams are picking. Last time, Never Say Nether picked like 3 duelists, right?
They did. I don't really think they'll do that this time, though. Yeah, look at that. We already see a hover on Sentinel, Duelist, another Sentinel, and a Controller. Actually, maybe double Duelist. Double Duelist is fine.
Sure, double Duelist is a little more reasonable than triple, but that's a chamber.
Flashes though.
Yeah, no strong flashes, but Chamber is really interesting. Chamber used to be like a must pick along with Viper, but not as strong as they used to be.
No, both of them have received very strong nerfs.
So Never Say Nether versus Chicken Jockey here on game number 1. Never Say Nether has not dropped a single game. This is a strong team.
Yeah, looking here is NSN. All 5 at the far end. We have Gamma. Then we have
Frank,
John. Then we have Ridicule, and I think then it's Melancholy and
our friend with the characters that we can't read.
Yeah, the name we can't pronounce. Then here we have
Team Chicken Jockeys.
We have I'm not quite sure on their names. We have at the far end we have the 2 duelist players. Then we have Loud, the controller player, I think, and the Sentinel player.
All right, let's get into it here. We're gonna see Chicken Jockey push up through B long here. Aftershock gonna start us off.
Yeah. Already jiggle peeking the corner. That's what I like to see. We didn't see very much of that last game, and it could have resulted in Flint and Steel's victory if they just jiggled the corner.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that as well, but that's not what we saw here. Ridicule getting a headshot through the smoke.
Yeah, very early pick. That's good. Fighting for B strong right now. The smoke really cuts off the LOS. Camera going down. They'll be able to get a lot of intel. A second pick from Melancholy up 4-3. 2 more actually. 3-3. 2-2. Very good trades happening.
Yeah, Never Say Nether's playing this super aggressively, but now we see that Cypher is behind B long. This is a nasty place to be.
Good flank from Chamber here. Very pinched hard. Frankulous John finds it. It's 1-0 right now.
All right, we are in it here. NSN up 1 round, and they are going to the bonus.
But that was close. It wasn't that. It's not flawless. It was 2v1 right there at the end.
Great plays here from NSN on this defense, playing just aggressively enough to win that round. So moving into round number 2, I would expect another B long pick or another B long push when they have marshals and stuff.
Being able to have the Marshal on the B, like we've said before, is very strong. It acts as an op these first few rounds without shields.
Yep, and there it is, B long push. Time to push down, and there's not a lot of NSN players on B.
No, I think maybe they thought there'd be like a B split or maybe an A, but that's not the case. We do have Raze sitting in back hall, but we are pop flashing out. 2 lane, Ridicule and Melancholy finding one with Frankulous finding the third, and Ridicule with the fourth. Round is already over 2-0.
What a quick round there. Never say never,
One
cleaning
enemy
things
remaining.
up
Sorry.
so
Fire down,
quickly.
B.
We are already on the third round. That's crazy.
Yeah. And like we said before, very strong team. 2 Ascendants, 2 Diamonds, and maybe like a Gold player, Plat player.
Gotcha. Okay, I see.
It's a force to be reckoned with, really, truly. Chicken Jockey a little more closer in skill. I think high Plat, maybe low Diamond.
I see. Certainly winnable from Chicken Jockey's end, but they are going to have to put up quite the fight.
Yeah. D-Dog holding mid, but we have 3 people standing right there. 4 people, 5 people rushing mid.
Melancholy with the blind to get out. Flash won't catch them.
Edge of the flash. Can get the Phoenix? No! Oh, 2 going down. This is very good for Chicken Jockey if they don't overheat.
Yeah, that blind just barely. Wait,
Is that an op?
was that?
It was!
Francolis John with the op round 3.
That's impressive. Didn't get much with it, but it's still an aggressive play, and I love to see that sort of commitment.
And here is the plant loud gonna put the spike down.
planted.
4v2 situation. Chicken Jockey is now up. Gamma's gonna smoke, try to get some value, but right around the
player
corner is
standing.
Breach.
Yeah, holding very close. Can Francois find one more?
He needs to
He's
save
getting
this up.
He's getting pinched, unable to do anything. KO finds him. I love this at 2-1. This is a good game so far.
Yeah, great game here. The op not getting any work done, unfortunately. Did they grab the op? Does Chicken Jockey have the op?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
They did not drop the op. It looks like Francolis John might have thrown it over the edge.
Wait. Oh, he did. I thought that was a replay. I thought that was the live feed.
Yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, just no op value. That's what is that 4,700 credits?
Yes, it is.
Down the drain.
In OT, it gives you enough to buy just the op and A ability.
Yep. Poor choice
Joke's
by Frank,
over.
but you
You're
know,
dead.
respect to him for doing it.
We do see Chicken Jockey running onto A real fast. We see Cypher back point, but the Phoenix ult is able to get a little bit of intel. We should have seen a spam through
down
secret
A.
there. That wall is
One
bangable.
less.
Flash goes up. Flash makes this so chaotic on sight.
Enemy
Ooh,
remaining.
good shots from Melancholy. There's one more art though. Aftershock denies.
I like how Breach is watching the Chamber TP, but no, nothing happens. Chamber very wisely staying on site. Probably gonna move this TP pretty soon.
Yeah. This is good for Breach though. They don't know for certain if he's behind them. If he can get the pick onto Melancholy, he does seem to be watching though. Quick swing. Oh no.
Not good enough. Melancholy closing out this round. 3-1, 2 rounds up for NSN.
Probably needed to swing a little wider, a little faster.
Yep, exactly. Walking up was what did him in there. Melancholy was quick on the tap.
Yeah, and you also got to keep in mind, it takes a second to make footsteps when you walk fast, so you're able to swing wide without making noise. Until you shoot it, of course.
Yeah, to clarify here, this is NSN on the left, Chicken Jockey's on the right, as we see a B push here from Team Chicken Jockey.
And what kind of guns do we see? We see at least one rifle.
At least one rifle here, as this is a full rundown mid. Knife about to go down. Tell them who is there and who isn't. Well, it's not going to tell them anything, actually.
Well, they do know nobody's back hall. Holding close back hall.
That's true. D-Dog putting that turret down. Flash is going out into the hallway. Molly's going down. Good setup. That is plant. Are we not planting?
Yeah, Rise holding back hall. Can you get it? No. Reyna falls. Melancholy and Ridicule finding one. Blinds himself on lane though.
Enemy remaining.
Ooh, very clean shot from Chamber onto Phoenix.
Why did they not plant?
I'm not sure. We do have a flank coming though. Loud is probably gonna fall here. Yes, he does. Good flank from Gamma. Team Ace.
Miscommunication there on Chicken Jockey. They had sight. Like sight was locked down by Chicken Jockey, and they just Loud just willingly backed off. I'm not sure what was going on in comms.
It works out fine. The 5 rifles here from NSN, a little more sparingly from Chicken Jockey though.
Yeah, and it looks like here's Team NSN feeling themselves. While Chicken Jockey, they look a little locked in, but they look a little rattled.
4-1, not a horrible loss, but this game's still winnable.
So it looks like we're watching a mid lurk while the rest of the team goes down B. Good choice here. Watching mid control is crucial on this map.
There's the jiggle peek. It's so useful. Gives you intel without risking your life.
So Chamber just gonna play very slowly. Breach
over.
thinking about
You're
peeking
dead.
out.
Will he clear his corners? No.
Good shot.
You gotta clear him, folks.
Does deny the Phoenix ult. Can he get a good raise ult? No.
Yeah, gonna miss. I like him firing into the corner, but just not gonna catch anybody this time.
Might have been able to find two if he shot that bottom
One
left
enemy
side.
remaining.
Absolutely, but 3 picks regardless. A flawless round here for NSN. Not even the spike going down. NSN is doing well.
Being able to keep this momentum so early is so good because you're able to get downs before the enemy team is able to, which really helps
Enemy
mental.
remaining.
So yeah, this players got flanked. Yeah, I don't know what Loud was doing with the spike there. It's hard to explain what was going on, but yeah.
His team did fall. He was alone there. He just got pinched.
Breach doesn't clear his corners there, gets tapped. That Phoenix ult gets some value in the scouting, but you know, just not enough value. Not as much value as they would have liked.
Last player.
Very clean shot from Frankulus right there. One tap right off the bat.
So going into this next round, we're looking at an A push here, but teams are converging on this site. KO is down, can get rezzed, but he's in a weird position to get
It's a
rezzed.
weird position, but this is resable, and it is. He did get rezzed. One player outside, no, 2 players backside, 1 player secret. Ooh, Melancholy finding 2. 1 player arc swinging. Default is gonna get swung right now. Loud finds 1 though for his troubles in the smoke, and he's dead.
That was a very aggressive push out of that smoke. You got to play back there so you have a little bit of cover.
Yes.
One enemy remaining.
We're coming up on ults as well.
Yep, that's absolutely true. There's a lot of powerful ults coming up. Chamber's ult is a big one. Having an op for a round that you can't give to the other team is a huge deal.
Yeah. There it is. Speak of the devil. Chamber ult, very good. Free op, basically just getting to hold B with that Clove ult. She just gets to resurrect herself, and then Cypher ult pings where the enemy team is. Breach ult, like we've seen before, as a giant wall of CC, and then of course Clove is still Clove.
Clove is Clove, yeah, just playing, pretending to be a duelist.
Yeah. And I mean, very strong character. They have the smoke, they have the self-heal, they have the self-res. Good stun onto Ridicule, but he does deny the double door with a nade and back up.
Great play there, great defensive play, and now we see NSN hanging out near mid, because that's where chicken jockeys are.
Strong mid push here, 5 people stacked. Pushing up Art, no, going back double doors.
Oh, flashing your own
flashing
teammate.
teammates.
I hope you notice that Chamber has the ult. Chamber has the op.
Yeah. So if he's holding it, making sure they can't. There it is, finding Loud very easily.
And great thing about Chamber ult is that it leaves bodies.
Oh, finds one! Oh!
Spike down,
Unable to
B.
get the third, but that was
One
close.
enemy remaining.
Gamma and Frank come in to do a little bit of cleanup, but it is Breach versus the world right now.
Ooh, very good. Oh, Breach finding 2. Can he get the third?
Last
Rank was going down! 1v1. What's gonna happen here?
Gamma has to clean it up unless he's about to hand this Breach a 1v4 clutch. But there's the spike. It's up to the Breach to come get it. Breach has to come to Gamma.
Does he know? No, he doesn't. Very good swing from Gamma.
Yeah, Gamma very wisely waited for Breach to push up because Breach had to come to him.
Last player
He takes
standing.
advantage of that moment. The Breach has to clear the corner.
But, you know, clearing your corners is important, but it did get him killed there.
Yeah, great play here. That aftershock gets 2 crucial kills. I think Melancholy should have just stuck the angle there, and maybe they would have killed him. But hey, the Gamma cleared it up.
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here. That goes there.
Both teams seemingly unfazed. It doesn't seem like too much of a meltdown is happening mental-wise. 7-1 though is a very strong lead.
This is an aggressive push up here by this Reyna, getting a little bit of value. Will Melancholy get out? No.
He doesn't. Overheats a little bit, trying to find a second pick.
I suppose that's good intel. NSN now knows that the whole team is marching through A, so you see all of them rotating to act on that intel.
And we'll also notice Gamma loves flanking.
Gamma is the flank master. Loud's gonna get the res.
But so much contact is happening. 3 going down with Clove rezzing herself immediately.
Spike planted.
Spike is now planted. 3v3 situation, 3v2 situation because there's an op.
One enemy
Beautiful
remaining.
swing by the KO. Does get taken by the op from the chamber though.
And Gamma on the flank closes out this round 8-1 in favor of
One
NSN.
enemy
Being
remaining.
able to box in Chicken Jockey so consistently is really helping contribute to NSN's lead here. Having the flank and main covered as well as Art means they have nowhere to go.
Team Ace there as well. That's always nice to see. The team is all contributing. Everybody's putting in this. Man, that op. Oh, and he's got 5,000 credits to spare. And Gamma's almost at the cap. And
You
then,
should probably buy for Melancholy.
yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't. Yeah, who knows? Who knows what's going on in comms right now? But Chicken Jockeys, they have a few rifles, but after this round, they're going to be very poor.
Last buy before their next eco round.
So we're seeing a mid B push here.
We'll probably see Phoenix ult as well, though.
Reyna gets in the cubby. Op is watching B long. He's gonna catch somebody.
Ooh, very clean pick and the immediate TP away.
Yeah.
Spike
Oh, 3 down
B.
immediately. One more standing on the box. Can he get it? Oh, over flick. They know though. He's standing on box.
D-Dog gonna
One
get a
enemy
pick here.
remaining.
Grenade grab brings him out of cover.
Amazing grenade. Big flash though. That was a gorgeous flash. Finding two. This is winnable. Amazing flash. Can he get it? Yes, he does.
Standing.
One more coming for spawn. Does he know? Does get spammed out. He knows where he is now. Can he get the headshot? No! Frankulous John saving the round.
Once again, that was almost a 1v4 clutch situation.
Amazing gameplay from Phoenix.
Yeah, and Frank as well, just playing that patiently there at the end, cleaning it up for the team. 9-1 in favor of NSN, and they recovered the op. Recovering the op is huge.
Yeah. Loud and D-Dog struggling a little bit this game. We do see a pretty even kill distribution on NSN's side, but we do see an obvious lead with the chamber. But they are getting a little more aggressive. It's not like a Clove where they have to play for Yuto more.
We saw Smile out there on Ridicule. I think he knows the team's in a good position. He's happy. He's feeling himself. Yeah. Chicken Jockey has this would be a huge comeback, even bigger than the previous one.
Yeah, if we saw a comeback this game, it would just be a nuclear reaction. Anyway, pushing up towards a 4 main, I believe, with one player holding bottom, the other player holding CT. Amazing spam though from Secret. That's why those darts are so big.
Op gonna help push in, but Phoenix gets an early pick flash, but he still gets got.
Spike down A.
Sometimes it's
enemy
better
remaining.
to wait a second after the flash and swing.
Op is looking for a pick, about to get a little peek there.
There it is.
Yeah, 10-1, no 9-3. NSN 3 rounds away from closing out game number 1, because remember, this is a best of 3 situation here.
We will be going to Lotus right after that, and that is a 3-point map.
Yeah, that's a nasty map for defending again, kind of like Haven.
Very strong defense-sided map.
Very gimmicky as well.
It is, but that map does have the rotating doors, so it really allows for rotation, but it gives away your position.
And we see, it looks like some of these Chicken Jockey players may be a little bit fatigued here.
Oh, good jiggle peek. It's still a little rough though to try to fight this long. See there, even with the Phoenix ult, he immediately gets his head ripped off, but they do trade out the chamber. Lyrical finding 2, but immediately gets taken by the KO.
Op is down. Is somebody gonna go recover that? Op, oh no, Op cannot be recovered right now.
In the open. Can he find it? No, he doesn't. Gamma gets a very clean headshot onto KO.
I love to see Gamma camping out this op. They know that the team wants to grab it, but now they're looking in Breach's direction. While Loud pushes the
Enemy
site.
remaining.
He
Last
missed.
player
Loud
standing.
misses the off shot. Franklin John falls. Gamma gets the clutch though with a 3K. Very good.
Oh, and that was the last round, so it didn't
enemy
matter about
remaining.
recovering.
Last
Yeah,
player
that was the last round
standing.
of the swap.
Spike down
And so now
B.
we are swapping. We are going to see NSN on attack, Chicken Jockey on defense.
Yeah, it looks like an A split maybe.
I like that kind of play. I like playing through mid here.
We haven't seen very many A splits. We've seen a couple B splits, but it's really just been all A. I mean, all A, all B, or all mid. Look at that smile coming out from Ridicule.
Does
Yeah.
anyone have fun?
So these last 2 rounds, or these last next rounds, are going to be crucial for Chicken Jockey. The econ is reset, but they have to win literally.
Pistols are a little
11
more
rounds.
matched. Pistol rounds are a little more matched. though Chamber is able to have his sheriff and his other gun.
What a cheater, honestly, bringing his own guns. That's not how this game works.
4 push up art though.
Yeah, so pushing down A main.
Gamma's gonna have a little bit of contact, does back up, lets them push. They know they're going A fast. Playing backside. Phoenix holding main. Able to get a couple picks though, does fall. 4-3.
Yeah, and there's the plant going down. 4v3 situation. Chicken jockeys have to find a retake too. It's all up to Breach. Great head tap though.
Yeah, very nice. Will Breach find this one? No. Good shot from Melancholy.
With a Taco Bell gun.
One enemy remaining.
12-1 in favor of NSN. Melancholy peeking out here and getting the pick. Very well played. But now it is time for NSN to try to close this game out. But last time Chicken Jockeys were down and their opponents had 12 round wins, they came back.
Yeah. Maybe they're just clutch masters.
Clutch masters. So looking at each other a little bit, looks like they're calming a little bit, figuring out, hey, what are we doing here? How do we win this game? How do we bring it back? This timeout time is crucial. So let's check out some replays then while we are doing this, while we are looking at this tech pause. So here's Gamma.
Wait, he got a 3K here, I believe.
He did, yeah. He's like clutching it up. He waits for this breach to push in, and he and Frank are just gonna...
Yeah, they locked down the site very well. Missed one shot from Loud. It's a very nice headshot.
One enemy
Or
remaining.
not headshot, I mean.
Last
Very
player
good spray.
standing.
Yeah, but Gamma
down,
cleans
B.
up the round here with a beautiful 3K to bring it to 12-1.
Gamma walking out, I mean, Ridicule walking out the site does fall, but does get traded instantly by Gamma and Melancholy.
Yeah, love to
Spike
see this
planted.
clean on-site play, playing as a team.
Last
Great
player
headshot there by
standing.
Chamber. Franco was
One
drawn.
enemy remaining.
Yeah, a little bit of timing right there. Loud just turned his head and instantly got swung by the Chamber. Back to the game here.
Last round, potentially, Chicken Jockeys have to make another comeback, a much bigger comeback than they did before. And dude, NSN not pulling any punches. They are charging down B long.
Oh, big flash. Can KO get it? Spraying does only get one though. He only has a judge. If he had an AR, he might have gotten 3 there.
They are continuing this push, faking the plant, trying to bait them out. Not gonna stick it. Melancholy with the pick, and now they're 2 in hallway.
One player standing alley, one heaven. But we do see Chamber swinging for alley.
Yeah,
One enemy
Chamber's gonna go
remaining.
right in and get the pick on Loud. One more player up in heaven. D-Dog gonna get picked, and the
Attackers
attacking
win.
side, NSN, has taken game number 1 in this
One
best of
enemy
3
remaining.
grand finals.
Yeah. Coming into the next map, it will be Lotus. We haven't seen that map today.
We have not. So it's nice that we're going to see Lotus. We'll talk more about Lotus when we actually get there. But once again, NSN, never say never, taking game number 1 here in this best of 3 series. Chicken Jockeys didn't make the comeback this time.
No, they didn't. But it's not over. They still have another map. Maybe Pearl isn't their map.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe Pearl is not their map because they did struggle through the beginning of that last game. But Lotus, let's talk about Lotus a little bit as we see the players strategize about it. Lotus is a very gimmicky map. There are these swingy Indiana Jones doors where you have to press the button on the ancient temple to spin the door open, and it makes a big noise. So you know that somebody's over there. Even if they don't go through the door, someone pressed the button. Not to mention, 3 sites are hard to defend.
Oh yeah. I believe earlier I accidentally said defense sided. It's not defense sided. It's very attack
This is
sided.
a very attacker-sided map.
It's very easy to rotate with those doors. There's a door to each different point, and then it's a lot of good angles for the attackers as well. Very easy to line up a headshot from A long for the attackers, and then it's very easy to get a headshot from C long as well.
Yeah, so this is going to be a nasty map to play if you're defenders first. I'd be interested to know actually which team picked this map, because whichever team picked, the other team gets the side choice. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess there's not much to worry about. We'll know the sides when we see it. But if Chicken Jockey loses this one, that's it. Tournament's over.
That will be it. NSN will be our champions.
You think so? Oh, in this case.
Yeah.
Sorry, in this situation.
No. If NSN wins this next game, they will be the champions.
And NSN, we've seen them twice on stream, and both games ended 13-1.
They did.
That's a powerful statement.
Last matchup, though, with NSN versus Chicken Jockeys, I believe it ended 13-6, though.
Interesting. Okay, so Chicken Jockeys are able to take more rounds off the
They
scene.
are. Like I said, that's part of the reason why I said maybe Pearl isn't their map. They had a hard time against Flint and Steel, so maybe it's just not their. It's not their map.
Sure. That we'll have to see what happens here on this map number 2 here with Lotus as these players start to load up this game. If you're just tuning in, this is the grand finals of the Viking Cup for KSCL. Here we have Team Never Say Nether against Team Chicken Jockey in the first ever KSCL Valorant Championship.
Yeah. This is very brand new. Typically, we did an Overwatch one in the past, and then for the other events for KSL, we've done Rocket League, Fortnite, Overwatch, Smash Brothers, and
League of Legends?
League of Legends.
League of Legends, gotcha. So now that we've seen Valorant here in KSCL here in the 2024-2025 school year, are we going to see another championship next year?
I mean, I'd love it. Valorant is it's one of the best games for esports right now, especially collegiately and professionally. It's more popular than Overwatch is. It's pretty on par with League of Legends. League of Legends has stagnated. CS:GO has fallen off a little bit because they don't really update it very often. Or CS2, I should say. Rocket League never been as big as the others. Same as Smash. Smash has been a little more underground. So getting a good Valorant scene would be really good for the players.
And I think it would be great for the district as a whole too. It's exciting to see that KSCL is branching out in these ways, willing to embrace all these different games, allowing so many different students to shine with all these different skill sets. I mean, of course, all those games we mentioned are actually, besides Smash, are team-based games. So we see the communication, we see the game knowledge and game awareness is important. But for students who find Valorant engaging, this is a big deal. This is a chance for them to shine, to show their love of the game, to show their skills.
And that's what I absolutely love about team-based esports. It helps build that coordination, that team play. It's a lot more akin to traditional sports.
Yeah, absolutely crucial here. For KSCL to pick up Valorant. I love to see it. It's such a thriving high school scene. A lot of places around, a lot of the leagues around the nation, not to mention the state, are picking it up.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Typically for KSL, the biggest event has been Overwatch. That's where there's been the most competition. Right now, actually, West High's Overwatch team is going to be going to Texas.
Ooh, tell us about that.
We're going to Texas for EGF. EGF is a league we participated in the fall. We got first place, and that guarantees us a spot in Texas in May. We'll be flying out on the 8th to participate in a national tournament.
San Antonio, right?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. That's a big deal for this esports team to travel. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, the first time this team will be traveling by plane to go to a tournament.
It's the first time most of us will have been on a plane.
Wow, really? Yeah. That's exciting. That's awesome. I love to hear that esports is bringing these students out to different experiences, go to different places, and especially on a national level. That's a huge deal. Yeah. To claim a national title, I mean, sure, there's a lot of schools out there that claim regional or state championships or league championships, but national championship, that is nothing to scoff at. That is, frankly, the ultimate title.
Yeah. The only thing above that would be international, and that's not really established.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting point. I don't know how much international competition there is at the high school esports.
Not on the high school level.
Yeah, I
hopefully one day.
That would be cool. That would be really cool to see an international esports championship at the high school level crowned. But hey, someday.
Anyway, real quick, we're gonna go off to break while we wait for this next game to be set up. Don't leave. We have at least one more game left.
Lotus, be back for it.
Welcome back. We're going to be getting into the second game of the grand finals here. Of course, I'm Hunter Birch. This is...
I'm Ben Hobson.
And we're going into Lotus on this one.
Lotus time.
We haven't seen Lotus today.
Lotus is a 3-site map. That means it is pretty hard to defend. There's also the gimmick of the spinning doors. There are like closed doors. You have to press a button to open them. They make a lot of noise. So if a door opens, you know someone's hanging out by the button.
Also, they light up on the map as well, so that you can see when it's spinning.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. You can see on the map when someone activates the door, so you know where they're. If you know that they're A to B, you know they're rotating C.
So we know that Never Say Nether is up a game here. They won Pearl 13-1. If Never Say Nether win this one, they are the champions of this first ever KSCL Viking Cup.
Yeah. It's not over though. We did see an amazing comeback coming out from Chicken Jockeys in their last matchup. Reverse sweep of 10 rounds, something very crazy. Looking at the agent selection here, Chicken Jockey is currently hovering Raze, Breach, Astra, Sage, and Jet.
I love to see Astra here. Astra's a really strong controller character. Very, very good at holding down a site, or with her ult, can also be used to push if you're using it aggressively.
Yeah. Loudon's known for his Astra. It's one of his favorite characters.
Ah.
Especially, at least on maps like this, he likes playing Astra.
I dig it. I dig it. I think it's a good pick here. On the other hand, we see another Clove and Chamber here from NSN. Ridicule on the Reyna. Very greedy character.
Yeah. Clove seems to be Gamma's comfort pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ridicule, very strong duelist player, just looking to play a little selfishly to get those picks.
So, what are Melancholy and John gonna? Okay, Phoenix, I like it.
Could be looking probably. I mean, if he's gonna go any, Frankulus John's gonna go duelist.
I see.
I'm almost assuredly that's gonna happen. So it depends which one's gonna go duelist. Unless they decide to run triple duelist again, but I don't think they will.
Sure. Yeah, they're really agonizing over it. They're really not sure what they're gonna pick.
See, there's the second duelist coming out from Frankulus John. You're looking here at NSN. They're ready to come into this next game. Look pretty confident. We see some big smiles coming out from Ridicule and Melancholy.
Yeah, they're ready to roll. While Chicken Jockey is a little bit more melancholy, a little bit more somber here on their side of the lab. They are locked in, or they are at least trying to mentally prepare themselves for this game.
Yeah, focusing up. After all, they lose this game, they're out of the whole thing.
They're donezo.
Yeah. What's your opinion on Lotus?
It is a gimmicky map, and I find that a little bit frustrating. I know that Riot tries to design these maps to be unique and different, and one map is not necessarily like another, but spinning doors are a little bit much. I don't know. Having to press the button is goofy.
I think my least favorite map is Abyss. I don't like Abyss.
Okay, that's fine.
I think it's too big.
It is definitely big, but I do think Abyss is more interesting, and I like that it doesn't have a gimmick. Maybe you call mid gimmicky with and there's all the holes and stuff and like the ways you can get around the side of the map, but I think Abyss is pretty cool.
I mean, true. I like watching it. I don't like playing it though. Anyway, starting first round, here's Pistol. We do have NSN on the attack with an early pick coming out from Chicken Jockey.
Great initial 2 picks here. NSN down 2 players here, firing down A main. This is a bad situation for NSN.
This could be their map.
Melancholy looking to get a pick through the smoke.
We might see a rotate too. We could see NSN leave A and go towards B or C. Oh, it looks like they are committing. Ridicule finding one entry with Melancholy finding a close second.
We have equalized this game. NSN still pushing up to A, watching the archway.
Clean shot from Heaven. Ridicule trading it out though.
2v2, and both the NSN players are pretty deep.
One player, 1v1. Can he get the nade? The nade will kill him. Oh, one health. One bullet will kill Melancholy. Gets it? Yes, he does. And that's an early lead for Chicken Jockey.
Great right click there by Raze to win this first round.
Yeah. Oh, they forgot about the person tree.
Yeah, that was great. That was a wonderful play. Also, dodge the suppress, by the way, which is also crucial.
It really just hides your position very well.
So time to move into round number 2, where Chicken Jockey has a few extra credits to play with, meaning they can get some marshals. So they can marshal A, you can marshal C as well around the mound.
It's just a little rougher once you get because there's a couple sharp angles, but it's not horrible.
And not the worst.
Especially if you post plant 4 mound, you get to stand there and snipe out anyone who tries defusing the corner.
Last player.
Great
Spike
plays
planted.
here by both teams, but ultimately Chicken Jockey's the one with the lead.
Yeah. Second round here, looks like we have a Marshall on B, but they are pushing C.
Right there.
We have a 5-man push C. Nobody is flanking up B. One person playing backhaul with Jet playing waterfall. Planning default in the corner.
Spike
Very
planted.
safe spot, but hard to defend from mound.
And this just gunfight going down Chicken Jockey, down a player right now. Trading back and forth. That's a Vandal on round 2. How aggressive by this breach.
Pulling them in.
Second round Vandal's risky because it's so much stronger than all the other guns, but if you lose it, your eco is ruined.
Breach still has it, but they are down a man. Oh, and there it is. It's lost. Ridicule now has this Vandal in hand.
Yeah.
One down.
Ooh, good right click. Can he get one more? Reloading. Jiggle it. Oh no. But that's a free Vandal for NSN.
Great 4K by Ridicule. Yeah, getting that free Vandal is absolutely huge. Not to mention that you just won the round that you're supposed to lose.
So Breach's eco is going to be ruined. It's going to be very hard for him to buy anything this next round. And it's going to be especially if he has to buy something this round. It's going to be hard the round after that as well.
So going into round number 3, NSN potentially has more than one of that Vandal. Chicken Jockey, I don't think they can buy a single rifle. I would be surprised if they had the econ for one.
Yeah, we see at least 2 or 3. We see 3, 4 Vandals coming out from NSN here. And then we see a very hard, I believe we should be seeing a very hard save from Chicken Jockey. Fighting for main, sitting on the cover. He's going to get wallbanged though. Oh, yeah. Good molly.
Molly, he has to run. He had the smoke cover, at least door is open. They are pushing in. Reyna in Empress mode means that she is very hard to 1v1.
Yeah, shoots faster,
Without
planning
pulling
default,
them in.
pushing up, gets blinded though, will he die
Spike
for it?
planted.
Yes he does, coming out of drop, gets the pick though, Jet sitting backside with 1 heaven. Melancholy finds him though. We have 1 more drop, 1 more main. The flash doesn't find him, but the gun does.
Team Chicken Jockey down 1 player.
Yeah.
2 to 3 situation.
Ooh, losing chamber main. Gonna start getting a little more aggro. D-Dog is fighting Gamma on tree, but Melancholy is pushing up
Last player
to get the
standing.
drop.
Obscuring vision.
Can Astra hold it down? Loud.
Loud needs to get a couple dinks here, but I don't know if he will
One
be able
enemy
to.
remaining.
He does take down Gamma, but it's getting a little late. Good headshot from Melancholy with a 4K.
And Melancholy wisely gets out, saving the rifle. Good 4K. Going into round number 4. Actually, let's take a look at these replays here. Great heads-up play by Melancholy, flashing out, getting the quick pick. Gamma and D-Dog fighting it out here. D-Dog wisely wasting time.
1 enemy
Good
remaining.
kill on the drop. Gamma was distracting very well too, being very loud in the tree, pulling a lot of focus.
And just fights back and forth here. Gamma gonna
Player standing.
get got by Loud, and then just gotta check the corners. Melancholy's there.
Yeah, but the thing about Gamma fighting that is he didn't notice that was it KO was able to rotate around to the back of sight to be able to fight him. He didn't know that the KO was there. Ridicule finding Breach early with a clean headshot. Looks like a C push here, getting really aggressive.
Yeah, and we are on C. Plant is going down by Gamma. Great situation here for NSN. Molly goes down too late along with the slow.
Ooh, very good strafe from Chamber. And a second.
Last
Third?
player
Yes,
standing.
behind him.
Not an ace situation. Yep, and the door opens. Melancholy finishes the round. NSN finding their stride here, winning the past 3 rounds. They are sitting pretty on the eco, sitting pretty on kills. Meanwhile, Chicken Jockey not in a great spot.
We did see the door there that we were talking about, the gimmick door. You press the button and it rotates clockwise very slowly.
It gives away a lot of information to the opponent, although you can fake it, which is, you know, an interesting way to play. but it's just, I don't know. It feels very forced. It feels very not terribly creative.
On that door, a lot of people will trigger it back up and then jiggle the left corner to try to see if they could get a kill on C.
Interesting way to play, to use it as a way to peek.
That door there from tree, you can sit there and fire it into attacker spawn as well. So you're able to line up a headshot as well.
Push here onto B. Gamma gets the plant down. 4v5 situation. This is a chaotic place to be. The door goes down. Ridicule now fighting against Raze in that little room.
Good kill coming out from Franklus with a second found by Ridicule. This is a very good post play. Sage falls. One more. Does Melancholy? No. No, he doesn't, but he whiffs. Loud is unable to hit the shot. One flash is gonna hit him. Jet dashes back, but it doesn't do anything. Franklus finds another.
Great flash there playing through the molly because Jet did not want to get burned there, although Jet actually did get burned a little bit and dashes away.
Sorry, Jet.
Unable to turn the flash. Such a fast reaction time is required.
And so, yeah, we see Team NSN never say never in a good spot, smiles on their face. They are happy, but Chicken Jockey, they look burned. Quite, literally and figuratively.
Yeah. We might see Raze here sitting on that corner to try to get a good headshot onto attacker spawn. But they do seem to be stacked pretty
You want to
evenly.
play? Let's
A
play.
1-2-1-3-1. Ooh!
Barely missing.
Chamber op coming out does get put down to half health and misses the op shot, but creates that presence. They know Chamber is fighting for C. They can't walk forward.
B site control is taken. Oh, but the breach ult, maybe some value can be got. Jet can get a pick or two, maybe?
Yeah, popping both flashes. Does he know Franklus John is out on the site? No, he doesn't. Does fall. That was a good breach ult, though. He just needed to get a little more aggressive faster.
We see the push onto B. Spike is being planted in the smoke. Great picks by Franklin Sean and Chamber.
Last player standing.
Another shot. That's the second shot for Chamber there. Can he get a third? Yes, he does. Good up there.
Great op there by Chamber. 1, 2, 5.
One enemy remaining.
We did see though two players on NSN were 1 health. It was pretty close.
Sorry, Jet.
Yeah, definitely a close round, despite what the score might say. These teams are neck and neck.
Good shot from Frankulus John. Breach didn't know he was out onto point.
There's, the op. Deadly op. It's hard for Astra to set up her smokes because she's got to be so immobile while she's doing it.
4-1-0 split. Looks like we're pushing up C. Can D-Dog get the hit? Oh, no, but they know they're there.
Yeah, D-Dog, I wouldn't push that back. Nice wall here to play a little bit defensively. Gonna shut down and kind of just blank.
Get it clear. Oh, good pick from the Phoenix. It needed to hold the left side of the wall, not the top.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. I thought that wall was gonna shut out the Phoenix, but it certainly did not.
Yeah.
Phoenix got the value. They are on site and planted.
Already planted. Up one. Decent flash. He's about to get swung. There it is.
Yep, Ridicule is now down. Breach has a little bit of space. Chamber gonna get a pick onto that Breach back though.
Cloud knows the flash doesn't hit him. Able to dodge the Phoenix, but does get taken by the Jet.
And yeah, Chamber gonna peek out, trying to get this Jet. Jet is gonna be the one to do it. 2v2 situation.
Chamber tried TPing, but got shot before it could go off.
One enemy remaining.
Jet finding a third. Will he get the fourth?
I mean, yeah, this round goes to NSN. It's just not enough time. Oh, good 4K though.
Yeah. 4K from Jet. This is pretty close to an ace. We haven't seen an ace today.
We have not seen a single ace. We've seen a few 4Ks, especially in these last few games. I'd really like to see an ace. But will we see the ace? Do we see anybody with no deaths? Not everybody's got a death. All right, timeout here started by Chicken Jockeys. I think that's wise. They need to collect themselves a little bit, figure out their strategy. While never say never, I'm sure they're going to strategize too, but I think they're just happy with their position.
Yeah. We do see both teams have rifles this game, though. This round, I should say. Both of them have rifles. It's pretty even. I think there might be like a Guardian on Chicken Jockey's side. I'm not 100%. But we still have rifles. After this game, though, after this round, it should be a Eco round, I believe, though.
Rough place to be in for Chicken Jockeys. I mean, this feels very similar to that Pearl map we just saw. They got one round, but then NSN was just a steamroll the rest of the game. Only taking 1 round, only getting 1 round win in the game. Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
A little better this game. Do they only have one win right now, or do they have 2?
They've won.
They've won?
A single round.
Well, we're going to be swapping sides, though, soon, too.
That's true.
The thing is, with attack, it's so strong on this map. They're able to swap their sides so fast. It could be a little better on when the swap sides.
That's true. Maybe Chicken Jockeys is waiting for their time to attack.
Stacking A this time with a 0-1-4. He's going to probably create a little bit of noise B to create chaos, but they're really going to be fighting for A here.
Door is broken from B to A, meaning that Chicken Jockey can rotate a little bit more smoothly. Quick rotate also from NSN from A to B.
Yeah, when Chicken Jockey's able to take well, I forget the call out. When they're able to hold close on A like that, it really stops the push. So it's good to be able to do that because it forces them back.
Thorough corner check there by Chamber. Glad he checked that corner there and didn't just run in. Spike planter got down before they could actually plant the spike. That's a big deal, but Chicken Jockey, 1 player left fighting an Empress Ridicule.
Yeah. Loud is sitting in rank, unable to do anything, has 3 people falling with Chamber getting his 3rd for the round. He's been going very crazy this game.
Yeah. Going absolutely bonkers. I really like this animation. I really like that animation with that gun. I don't remember which one it is, though.
Chamber with 13 already.
Wow. And Ridicule with 11. They are absolutely putting the team on their back.
Not to say the others aren't doing anything. So, like Gamma's playing a lot more util, and he's creating a lot more chaos than pushing frontline. When you, a lot of things people sort of overlook is creating that chaos. When it's a little uncertain what's behind you, it's hard to focus on what's in front of you.
Yeah, it is a complex process indeed here as they push into C. Yeah, and there's an opening pick by Raze onto that Chamber. Great position for Chicken Jockeys. Actually, 2 picks. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This round could go to Chicken Jockey, up 2 already.
And this is a slow rotate back, but Raze is in position to take advantage of this with the Phantom.
Yeah, jiggling very well. Other than clear him. He gets 2!
What a collateral. Yeah, that was a collateral kill. 3K there. Goes down for it, but wonderful play. Check this collateral out.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Reyna and KO lined up, and Raze took advantage.
Gamma polishes it off, but they still ultimately lose 2-7.
Great round there for Chicken Jockey, already doing better than they were last round, but there's still a lot left to do here.
3 more rounds in the half, I believe.
3 more rounds in the half, indeed.
If they pick up these next 3, they're in a good spot for the next half.
But if NSN get to 13, that is the end of this grand finals. Chicken Jockey's dreams will end there. But we want to see a game 3. We want to see Chicken Jockey follow this through. We want to see Icebox.
Yeah, we want to see a new map.
New map. Aftershock getting a lot of value there.
Yeah. We are close to Breachhold, I believe.
Yep, and that's a very interesting Grazel.
Did they grab ult point A main?
They must have.
The Razor doesn't find anyone. I think the fuse might have ran out.
Yeah, I think it ran out too. Melancholy and Ridicule though getting picks.
Very good shot. That does get traded by Gamma. Good shot from him as well.
2-3 situation here. NSN on the up and up. Gonna go down to A, and they're not walking it. They know that they're pretty open right now, but we can see Sage is rotating. A world divided as Astra puts down her wall.
Yeah, planning default here. 3-2. This is in NSN's favor. Well, I think one's going heaven, one's going main. It's gonna be a little rough for them.
Sage, not quite. Oh, they got the kill.
D-Dog got the kill, but Chamber trades out loud.
Yeah, so Gamma and Chamber here have to try to take out D-Dog. Great teleport.
Clearing his corners does get swung by Gamma.
Gamma got him.
Gamma.
You must fall. Then fall.
2-8. It'd be funny to see a 9-3 here, by the way, but we have 2 more rounds left in this half.
Rifles on both sides, I believe, right? Did I say that right?
Rifles on both sides, although there was a judge on Chicken Jockey. Little bit of, they're stretching their wallets thin. They don't have much credits, and you know they just gotta spend. They're about to switch sides, so everything just gets reset.
They should probably make sure they'll be able to buy for next round though, since it's the last of the half.
That's true. Gotta try to secure as many wins as you can going into the half.
I can guarantee they're gonna clear this corner. Yes, they are.
Good flash.
Yeah, Ulysses, Frankulus John does not leave that corner uncleared. They need to stop holding there.
Yeah, and they saw Jet there. They know Jet is around. Chamber got the good pick onto D-Dog.
But can Jet find this one? Oh, sprays, misses. Double miss. Can Ridicule find it? Floating around the corner. Ooh, actually left it. Melancholy finds 3 though.
Great 3K by Melancholy. Attackers win. That is 9 wins in favor of NSN to Chicken Jockey's only 2 wins. Last round of the half, so we'll see a swap, and Chicken Jockey will have the chance to be on the up and up, the advantageous attack side.
I believe NSN definitely has the favor on this round. Besides just technical skill, the Chicken Jockey's wallets are thin right here.
They certainly are.
I don't know if they're all able to buy they're not. I see a Marshall. They're not able to buy fully automatic rifles. I saw a Bulldog and a Marshall.
Unfortunate situation for them. The econ is so low. Phoenix ult gonna go get some information as Jet throws down the smokes.
Have we seen his bullshit? Has he built one?
He must have it.
Spike down.
Ooh, great aftershock. Oh.
Can he get a pick?
Chamber also has the op. That's pretty good. Clove has to push in if she wants to stay alive. Not much time left here. Yeah, I think Clove's gonna go down.
Yeah, unable to find anyone to interact with. Oh! Couldn't get her off! That's a nice shot there!
That's a 9-3.
Yeah, that is 9-3. Do we see the curse come out?
The curse. The curse is
One
here.
enemy remaining.
Superstitious people get in chat for the 9-3 curse. This is an interesting spot here. Chicken Jockey's taking one more round. When frankly, the econ said that Chicken Jockey should have gotten stomped there. And look at that. We have Mr. Lahan checking his phone. I'm sure he's got something important going on there, He's a busy man. Yeah.
Both teams look pretty neutral here. Jesus, Chamber has 17 kills. That's impressive.
Yeah, really good place to be. This is a very good stat line.
We're 12 rounds in with 17 kills. He's on track to get maybe mid 20 by the end of the game.
Yeah, I believe it. 30 if he 30 would be a little bit tricky.
They need to lose a couple rounds.
That's true.
Looks like a hard A push. It typically is an A push this first round. And it's a lot easier to come take the site. There's some tighter corners. You're not opening as much angles when you push A.
That's true. So A push, and we see that NSN is rotating, gonna get the initial pick here onto Melancholy. Frankulus John firing back.
Able to find Sage, not able to find the breach though. Getting a lot of picks here from Chicken Jockey. Ridicule falling instantly. Gamma's on the flank. Can he get a pick? Oh, strafing, good shot. Can he get another? Can he get another? Ooh.
Gamma so close. He's so low. He's got to be less than 20 HP.
Aiming for Giants a little too high. He could get double swung right here.
Yeah, little jump peek. Gamma's gonna go over to the door, lay down some smoke. He sells a little bit of util.
They know he's in tree now, though. I mean, he could have faked it, but they hear the footsteps.
Yeah, he kind of trapped himself here.
Oh, unable to find the pick.
And that is 4-9. The Chicken Jockeys taking the pistol round, meaning they get a little bonus.
They do get a bonus. This is the reverse sweep we were talking about.
The reverse sweep. Chicken Jockeys have done it once. They can do it again.
That'd be mental if they did it a second time.
I would love to see it. Melancholy picking up a judge here.
Yeah, that's an achievement in and of its own right. Actually, a judge in tree isn't bad. The only problem is if they don't go A, which they're not currently on A side. If they don't go tree, then he's going to be kind of worthless because there's not going to be as many corners for him to play on.
So yeah, this Team Chicken Jockey is pushing through mound.
There.
And they know that.
Yeah, Frankulus John just holding the seat. He hears all of them and he backs up. That's smart.
Jump packs get raised up here. Good position. They're going to plant. So NSN is going to choose to play a post plant here. Great pick onto Ridicule as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, Jet's popping off.
Two raise. Can you get it? Oh, double dink. That's nasty.
4v3 situation. Melancholy trying to even things out for their team.
Gonna be forced to go back call since they walled off water, and it's gonna be so hard to break it with the pistols. Ooh, Frankiel's John finds another. This could be good. This is winnable. This is winnable. D-Dog low.
Yeah, D-Dog has to back off very wisely so, trying to waste as much time as they possibly
3v2. If they get fast.
Last player standing.
3v1. They're gonna get it.
Yeah, Loud can't stop this.
He had to try to pull it at least, but
Pulling them in.
there's the pull. It's too late. He needs to pop that pull before the conk.
Ooh, great pick though, Frank. John.
He's reloading his gun. That's a horrible timing. He just stood there.
Yeah, you just stood there. You gotta, when you're reloading, you gotta get behind cover. You had a big pile of sand there to do it. So that's an econ hit. That's a not great place to be, but I guess Chicken Jockeys took the round at least. Or sorry, Never Say Never took the round.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I mean, it was still it was a close round.
So we're gonna see an A push here with rifles on the side of Chicken Jockey. At least
Nade
one.
comes out, immediately pushes to rubble.
And then op misses.
I think it's an outlaw.
Oh, was that an outlaw? My bad.
He overflipped.
I just wanted to see another op, you know? I was excited about it.
Good pick. Jet does fall for a back sight though.
And these teams are just dancing around this like mid pillar. Great pick there. The outlaw putting in a little bit of work. Flash. Raze has to back off.
Last
One having
player
one back
standing.
sight.
Out of charge.
Can he get the spray? He has the sting or the vandal. Oh! That's so close. Ridicule able to take the round though. If he
Last
transferred
player
that spray,
standing.
that would have been incredible.
Yeah, that would have been something. Yeah, great. That was almost an amazing spray transfer, but just not quite enough. NSN 2 rounds away from being crowned the champions of the Viking Cup.
Yeah, 2 more rounds. Looking to be a little more of, I think Chicken Jockey
Should I play
is.
some
Oh,
stars
they're
in
forcing.
reality?
They're forcing this round. They have one Guardian and then they have some Vandals. So one of them is forcing, but it's. They have at least one more. They buy here, they save next, and then they have one more chance.
Here we go into round 15, or round 16, excuse me. And it's a mid push. Mid is an interesting place to push, but they have people there. So, I mean, NSN is ready for this, pushing onto B main.
Very nice hit. He's getting body blocked into the molly. B is the hardest site to push out of all of them.
Yeah, there was a comms failure there, even for a millisecond, and that just secured NSN the round.
That's a very aggressive flash. Swung out and popped the flash. Could have died there.
And now,
Match point.
NSN is 1 round away from being crowned champions, but Chicken Jockey, they've come back from situations like this. They've won comebacks like this.
Yeah, I misspoke last round. I was thinking it was like round 10. They forced when they shouldn't have. They should have saved for this round.
Yeah, they should have, and now they are going to be so down on econ. I see sheriffs.
Yeah, sheriffs on the last round against rifles, potentially an op, is rough.
Yeah, and this may be all she wrote. Chicken Jockeys, I have hope. They are kings of the comeback. And by the way, nobody's on C. They're going to get a plant here pretty easily.
Very fast play. We need to see like Demon 1 or Ye come out from Chicken Jockeys.
There's the Razel looking for something, but knives are out as well. Jet looking to tap some heads. Where's Raze?
Spike planted.
Looks like Jet could get 2 picks. Ooh, close to the rocket. Whiffs the knives. Gamma takes him out instantly.
First pick of potentially this last round, back and forth.
Ooh.
Now 3v4.
A third for Gamma. He's on for an ace.
Last round, and we get an ace?
Last player standing.
No. Frankulis defusing.
Yeah, it looks like this game is over.
That's
And
it.
that is it. NSN
Defenders
is
win.
your 2025 Valorant Invitational Champions.
NSN, the champions. Wow, what a team. We did not see a match from them that went more, that they gave more than 4 rounds away, although you did say Chicken Jockeys, the last time these 2 teams played, it was like 6, right?
Yeah, in their first matchup, it was 13-6.
And there we see the team. They look pretty content with themselves, you know, not the types to pop off and go crazy and, you know, splash water on each other. They are happy with what they did. Oh, look at that. They're already posting about it, right? That's totally what they're doing right now.
It was a good day, though.
Yeah, hey, mommy, did you see me win Valorant? Yeah. So that is it. Once again, NSN, never say never. They are the first ever KSCL Valorant Championships at this Viking Cup Invitational. How hype is that to be the first champions ever?
I mean, that's great. They did very well today. Very dominant performance. But I do want to say Chicken Jockeys did good. Like in their last matchup against Flint and Steel, they had an amazing comeback.
I have to agree. Chicken Jockeys played phenomenally. That comeback needs to be studied. That was amazing. And I hope Chicken Jockeys are proud of their performance here. Second place is nothing to scoff at, especially against this Never Say Never team, and especially when you performed as well as they did in Losers Finals.
Yeah. Never Say Never is really just a different beast to be reckoned with. Like we said, like 2 Ascended players, 2 Diamonds, and then like maybe a Plat Gold player. It's a very stacked team.
Yeah, a really good team. West High now has a Valorant championship and an Overwatch championship. Are West High just the FPS goats?
Well, I mean, this is an invitational. We did have on Chicken Jockeys, there was a West High player.
Oh.
Loud plays on Varsity Overwatch.
Loud plays on Varsity Overwatch.
It's Corvin.
Interesting. Okay, well, that just interesting. I mean, I still think, Loud was a phenomenal player on Team Chicken Jockeys. I think my point stands. There's something about West High where there's good FPS players.
Yeah, well, there's enough practice. Ridicule is Karma, and then Gamma is Gamma.
Ah, I see. I didn't realize that about Chicken Jockeys. I didn't realize they had a West High player. I find that very interesting.
Yeah. And then Frankulus John is Frankbot.
Is Frankbot, gotcha. So 3 of the 5 champion Overwatch players are also champion Valorant players.
Yeah. Hopefully, though, in this next year, we'll be able to get a real Season 4 Valorant, make it a little more competitive. Teams from other schools will be able to practice, have their weekly matches, and we'll have closer competition.
Love to see it. I think that's an amazing thing. I hope we see a little bit more Valorant out of KSCL in the 25-26 school year. Hunter, it was a pleasure to cast here with you. We had a wonderful day today, sir. I'm glad that we got the chance to do this, and I'm glad that you at home got the chance to watch this along with us. We are so happy that we got to do this today, sir. I mean,
amazing performance from everyone today. Good. I want to thank everybody for coming out and playing. Came out here on a Saturday right at the beginning of break. Thank you, production, for doing such a great job.
Yeah,
except Audiel, he did kind of weird all day. But
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we love to see all the production value that we have here in KSCL, all these wonderful student-led and made things. If you're, by the way, you know, it's worth saying the production, like I just said, that was all student-driven, all student-made. So the transition you're seeing, the graphics, there are students downstairs right now updating those graphics live, playing the replays back, doing all sorts of wonderful things behind the scenes. The CTE pathways here in the Kern High School District are truly alive and seen here. This isn't just about the competitors showing their skills, it's about the students behind the scenes who are making this possible.
Yeah. Well, thank you everybody for watching. We'll see you at the next event. Peace.
Peace. See you later.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, excuse me. We're not going off yet, I guess. We have a special guest.
Oh, really?
There's a special guest up here, yeah.
I guess there is a special guest.
There's a special guest up here. Hey, everybody, welcome Ryan, a West High alum and former Overwatch champion here. Hey, Ryan, what are you here for?
I'm here to just, represent, tell, everybody how amazing they did today. We appreciate everybody, coming in, stopping by and whatnot. Just wanted to show our winners today. Got their, big check.
Ooh, look at that.
Make sure they got their deal and whatnot.
5,000 RP. That's gonna buy you that's gonna buy you a knife.
Yeah.
Ooh. Was that signed by Mr. Spencer Lahan, the Spencer Lahan?
Yeah, and he signed it 2 days.
Yeah, wow. That is official. That is crazy. I hope that check is framed. Yeah. West High needs to frame that. That is something. Did that come out of the scrim bank?
That came out of the scrim bank.
The scrim bank paid for that. Wow. Yeah, that's something. I love to see it. What a wonderful thing these players getting their 5,000 RP. I'm happy for them.
I am too.
I am going to judge them on their skin picks though.
Oh yeah. They're gonna let's see, what's it? They're gonna pick up Smite. They're all gonna get the Smite Vandal.
Okay, there you go. I hope they get the Taco Bell Vandal. All the Taco Bell weapons. Those are the good. Those are the best.
Yeah.
But one more time, we can try to close this one out.
Thank you everybody for watching. It's been a pleasure to. It's been a pleasure. Peace.